What's up, everybody? This is Charlie Wilmoth again. Just testing the sound. Let me know if it sounds okay. Arlington, Mike, and Blake, thank you. I'll be back with you all in about 5 minutes.
That table, so. Boy, you got some fancy drinks. I just.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty happy I'm on this side of this little gauntlet.
Gotta be a 9. Gotta be a 9. Oh, gotta be a 10. Nick, draw to be the 10.
Ace coming.
230, I'll see you at 240.
What?
From Bell Gardens, California, we are live at the bike. I'm Charlie Wilmoth,
Yeah, are you Israeli?
here with you today for some 50, 50, 100, 100
I have some family out there. Like
no limit hold'em action. You see our chip counts. We've got Garrett in the house. We've got Andy in the house. We've got Gall, the accountant, Sammy, and Seed James joining us. So we're going to be playing 50, 50, 100, 3 blinds with a $100 big blind ante. Can't wait to get the cards in the air here this
They
evening.
went to the army, and his name is Gall too. That's so.
Some shout outs to the chat. Milagua and MRAP SB over on Twitch. Aaron Lutz and Jeff G over on YouTube. As we get things started here this afternoon or this evening.
So 2 and 230.
Yeah, I'm gonna give James
2 and 230. That's watching at 240.
50-50, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So this is dead, by the way. So I'm here, so this is like more space. Yeah, if you want to move over, really.
So a limped pot to start off today. This is all 3 blinds here heading to the flop.
Because otherwise we're always cramping the. Cool. Yeah, better. Right?
Sammy will take a shot at this with top pair. And a couple of quick folds.
Awesome playing with all you guys, by the way. Super excited.
A Thursday game, no less. Wow. Tomorrow is big. I'm crazy.
I'll be in Vegas.
I'm lined up.
Tomorrow? Yeah.
We are apparently going to have an even bigger game
I
tomorrow.
got one night. I got 24 hours.
Something like 100, 100, 200. Not sure yet if they'll line up for that.
For business.
But even more high stakes action coming tomorrow on Live at the Bike, as you see Gull in seat 2, Andy in seat 3, Garrett in seat 4,
Okay, cool. Yeah.
JD who just sat down, then the accountant, seat 8 James, and Sammy over there in seat 9.
No, you'll find out. You can know. You can do lots of things. You just don't know about it.
15. 15. JD starting with 15.
Oh, no kids that you're aware of? Yeah.
500.
I haven't tried hava sauce. I did go online and check it out though.
Oh, you did?
It's the orange one, yeah.
Queens for James,
I remember.
and Sammy with ace king. 2 big hands to get started here.
I just know you by the account. I don't know your
Nick. And,
So a raise from James, a 3-bet from Sammy.
Chris. But I got
no, I got you. You're an attorney. Juris Doctor.
James goes for the call. 4-bet definitely okay, but he proceeds with the call here.
Just me. So I feel better.
8-7-6 flop, not a great flop for Sammy.
We're missing Savage.
But he's gonna go ahead and fire 2,000. James calls.
We really ought to make it
Now a 9 on the turn.
150 or something.
This is a board that should concern Sammy quite a lot. He checks. James checks back. I think if you're in Sammy's spot here, James just has a lot of hands that are not folding to a bet. He does give up, and James is going to take down a pot of almost $8,000.
First blood.
That was a pretty sick read.
Namsapak says, you, I guess meaning me, Charlie, need to be in there mixing it up with these guys. All I can say about that is stay tuned.
Thank you very much.
1800, what does it tell about this?
Okay.
even though these guys are pretty scary.
We get a full.
You can breathe.
Andy completes, Garrett checks. King 10-3. I think Andy's going to put out a small bet here because he doesn't figure it's a very easy board for Garrett to have much. Garrett does call. Check, check on the turn.
Me too. I ended up watching.
And Garrett's going to take down a small one
I
here.
was watching boats. Yeah, I knew I was over. I was watching boats leave an inlet in Florida. That's when you know you're at the end of the internet. When that's your entertainment, is boats leaving an inlet. So I deleted my YouTube from my phone.
Oh, that's not a bad idea, actually.
Yeah, just like.
I don't have any, I never had any social media or anything. Look at you, you're starting in trouble. You're starting in trouble already, huh? Oh, no.
No,
This
it was just.
Wait, we're doing 100 with 100 Annie also?
Yep.
Oh, jeez. Guys,
What
like,
have I done?
What did you think is gonna happen?
a kids game,
If
25,
you're
25.
listening, excuse me, if you're watching this on August 26th, this is live.
Ooh.
So we see James opening here. I think he meant to open.
I thought I was joining for social hour. Jeez.
Well, you can social.
I will. I plan to take your money in the process too.
Nope, just a call. And JD checks his option.
Anybody else like exhausted after a long poker
764 gutter for JD.
game? Like drained. Like,
Yes.
Just goes ahead and bets.
Physically and mentally.
yeah.
James not done with this yet. And he overbets the pot after JD checks the turn. Just King Jack. That's going to get the job done.
I know this is probably way old news, but how was your bachelor party in
You
Tahoe?
have
Super fun,
It
yeah.
was good.
Did that and then
you have a
Costa
little
Rica after a
dog
couple of
over
weeks.
Oh. Oh no.
When are you getting married?
Not in my
October
No, it was a little
October
bug.
2nd?
Yeah, yeah.
Fly.
Yeah. Thanks.
All right, 51.
Thank you.
You ready?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. If I look like kind of tired today, like that's why. It's just been like a lot of stuff. But it's cool. It's fun. Like I know what I signed up for, and yeah, that's all good.
The marriage or the wedding? Or the bachelor
No,
party?
the marriage will be awesome. The wedding's like gonna be so fun, of course. But yeah, it's just
How many people?
just 70, but it's like
Just 70?
we're just kind of like doing it pretty big for, you know what I mean.
Yeah,
It's pretty
yeah.
big.
We're planning like a week-long vacation for all of our guests. So
And when is it?
kind of a lot. October 2nd.
Oh, so it's like impending.
6 weeks or whatever, 5 weeks, something like that.
Okay, guys, I'm out.
See you.
You too.
The accountant takes this
Dude,
one
I
down.
haven't gotten my
But the
invite
bachelor
yet.
party in Tahoe was great, and then one of my other close friends just got married in Costa Rica
50,
a
51
couple weeks ago, so we were there for 2 weeks. And so
Oh wow,
It's been a
that's
lot of fun,
that's a
yeah.
lot. Yeah.
It's okay, Garrett. You'll
How was
never.
Costa Rica?
it was amazing. It was my first time there. Yeah, it was a really special
Uh,
place.
I've never been there. I heard
Yeah.
it's unbelievable.
Highly recommend it for sure.
It's okay. During your marriage, you won't be let out of the house that often. So enjoy it while you can.
I will, yeah.
I don't know about that.
Bachelor party in Tahoe? You just made it.
Lauren Malvo says, do we know who's coming for seat one? Not for sure, but I think Savage is supposed to be joining us
Oh, because of the
here today.
fires. Oh, wow.
So this is the funny thing.
Top and bottom here for Garrett.
600.
Top pair for the accountant, who was the preflop caller, but who leads at this. And Garrett will not be having any of that.
I think so. But
Makes it 2,500 to go.
yeah,
Gets a quick call. Brick on the turn.
You started with 15, Nick?
16
Sammy just added 5,000.
Garrett should feel
Added 5,000.
very good about putting in another bet here.
Ten seconds. 4,500.
4,500, about 3/4 pot. And the accountant makes the call. So a $15,000 pot here.
Check.
9, certainly not the worst river. For Garrett. Certainly better than a club or a jack.
10 seconds.
He goes ahead and shoves.
55,000.
Effectively puts the accountant all in.
35,000.
And if you're the accountant, you beat missed clubs.
Time.
You beat something like 10-9.
Yeah, I know.
You block Queen 10.
Think about it.
But because he led the flop and Garrett raised, he's in a pretty tough spot here with sort of a medium strength hand.
You went like twice to make sure.
Are you calling?
Call.
He does call,
1,008.
and Garrett is going to win a $34,000 pot here. Flopping 2 pair against the accountant's top pair, Queen Kicker.
Nice hand, Garrett.
Gear Grimsrud asks, do the same principles of poker at high stakes work at low stakes? I guess I would say that they will work. They might not work as well as
Alright, so 50.
doing some more wildly exploitative things would work against low stakes opponents.
Let me know how much you're rebuying for.
8.5. Thanks.
Nick's rebuying for 8,500.
In particular, against a lot of better high stakes players, you can bluff a lot.
Raise 300.
Whereas bluffing a lot is, especially in certain spots, is not the most profitable strategy against lower stakes players. But if you play a theoretically sound game at the lower stakes, you should still be able to make money with that too.
Heads up.
So raise from Andy, a 3-bet from JD. Andy calls and JD flops best. Andy's going to continue here with overs and a backdoor flush draw. Very nice turn card for JD.
3,000.
Picks up a flush draw of his own. And he bets and takes it down.
No. Do you want to remind me to and white?
In white?
Yeah. Do you care?
No, I don't. You got them out of order, so I'll do
We are live here on August 26th. Raise here from Garrett.
Lebanon.
JD 3-bets again. Back around to Garrett, who calls quite a bit in these kinds of situations. He does call here. And flops a pair of 7s. JD quickly checks back, which Garrett might interpret as some sort of ace-high hand or maybe a hand like pocket 10s. JD bets the turn. And an easy call for Garrett. And check on the river, and Garrett's going to take down another one. So Garrett off to a very hot start. And the only early going of this 50-50, 100-100 game here on Live the Bike.
Yeah, we're getting married in February, so we're just, getting planned for that. In fact, she's trying on what hopefully is going to be a wedding dress tomorrow.
Okay.
So,
Are you a part of this process? Or?
Not the selection process.
Yeah. Are you gonna see it before the wedding?
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Same.
No, yeah. So that's exciting.
For sure. Yeah. That was like one of the few things I didn't have to be involved in.
400.
Thankfully.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
it was apparently an insanely long. Like
Yeah.
the time commitment.
In case you missed it, we have an even bigger game coming tomorrow night.
It's hard enough on
100, 100,
she
200.
would laugh, right? She getting ready in the morning is stressful enough. Much less picking a wedding.
As we see the accountant raising it up with pocket 10s, getting a defend from Andy.
Katie's 3, so the
Check,
first
check on the
two
flop.
go, just put on the next one.
Yeah.
When she gets to the third one, that's when I actually call it.
The accountant bets the turn. Andy calls.
Okay. He's pretty awesome.
I love it.
And he's still good, the accountant is, on this river.
Small also. Or?
Yeah. It's
Checks it back.
bigger
And
now. It's just going to be.
he'll win an $1,800 pot.
And then have like a reception back and second.
Cool.
Yeah, so it's going to be great.
That'll be great. So what, it's like 20, 30?
Yeah, just family.
I don't yet know the lineup for tomorrow. I assume JJ will be commentating.
Yeah, for us it doesn't stop. The week before our wedding, we're going to another one. So we'll be in Hawaii for a week, and then we come home for 2 days before the events of ours.
Yeah.
Everybody getting married this year. It's cool. I'm kind of I'm good with it, or / excited about
Raise
it.
from Sammy.
Not being able to do anything for so long.
Yeah. 1450.
It's fun to be a little too busy, right?
3-bet from Andy. The ace-10 suited.
That is true.
Sammy continues.
How about yourself, James? Anything coming up?
No.
We have
Ace
you're
Jack
not
5
married?
monotone.
Think about that.
You're not getting married
I
soon?
got.
Andy flops best.
You're not getting married soon either?
I'm not
Bets
getting
small
married.
and
It's been
takes it down.
25 years this one year. But no, I got relatives going back to SC, law school, Pepperdine. That's my, this whole school thing, which is great. A lot of energy.
For sure, yeah.
But
It's a weird time, at the moment,
yeah.
but I think the curve with Delta is going to be like it's been in other countries, where I do think it's going to drop dramatically pretty soon.
It's
Live
kind of
stream
dropping a little
200.
bit now.
Yeah.
You're talking about here, right?
Yeah.
Straddled to
Like in
200.
India and in England,
Right.
it went crazy and then dropped crazy down
Right.
quick. So I mean,
Lifestyle 200. You're the 50.
So for those asking about the chip denominations,
Really great in these campuses. So,
Yeah.
I mean, they're testing
Oh, yeah.
twice a week
it's
and all
500.
kinds of things.
yeah.
Yellow is
universities
5.
taking it super
They're good,
serious.
yeah.
purple is
Yeah.
25, white and
Buy is
pink
easy,
is 100. The blackish gray chips are 500, and
It's
the
really
greenish tan chips are 1,000.
So do I still have an option?
You can do whatever you want, for sure.
The lavenderish chips, if anybody has those, yeah, Garrett has some, are 5,000.
Everyone in for one round?
Everyone in.
All right.
400.
Racy from Gall. The
400.
accountant calls. Gall flops best.
Oh, good.
And takes it down on the
So you
flop
go to
after
good places, which I love.
catching top pair.
Hawaii, Tahoe,
Yeah. I tried.
love it.
I think it's just by coincidence you and I like a lot of the same places.
Yeah, I just think
One on
Hawaii
one.
is,
You're the straddle, James.
and that's where the wedding's gonna be now? Is this, or
My
what?
wedding's Santa Barbara,
Sa-
and then a
That's-
friend just did
All right, so
Costa Rica, and
James,
then
you're the straddle.
Okay.
So
the other wedding's in North Shore, Oahu. So I don't know if you've finished.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
We'll be in Wailea. Am I pronouncing it correctly? That part of Maui.
You got it.
Before.
I love Maui. But Santa Barbara,
Yeah. Santa Barbara's legit because it's so close, right?
it's beautiful.
I was born in Santa Barbara.
That's right. I remember you telling me that. Yeah.
Racy from Garrett. And with the straddle here, I believe they're playing 4 blinds.
Rosewood?
Yeah, we stayed
And
there.
Garrett
So did we.
A little
takes it
bit,
down without a fight.
What is it? East of Santa Barbara, right? It's a
Yeah,
10-minute
it's
drive.
15 minutes.
So the last time we were there, we stayed there. It's
Yeah,
beautiful.
totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't that great?
Yeah, like that little shopping center. There's an honor bar there, and
Right.
yeah,
Right.
you got a place right next to there.
Nice.
It's cool, yeah.
All right, 50, 100. Last.
That's what's great about that area.
Dan D says, no $10,000 chips. What kind of flow life casino is this?
Yeah, whatever you need.
I don't think the bike has $10,000 chips.
100 live order.
So 50.
Yep. 700.
Raise from Andy. Garrett calls on the button. JD calls. Somewhat of a recipe for trouble with a hand like Queen 8 suited, out of position against 2 good players. The accountant calls as well with a suited ace. Sammy now deciding whether...
4,500.
No, I thought he was considering calling, but he puts in the squeeze. Has a very bad hand for it, but very good timing. And I think he made it 4,500, not 2,500, if I heard that correctly. The accountant may be considering whether to just go with his hand. Out of a relatively short stack for these stakes. His BS meter is tingling, and he's right. But he does let it go. Sammy's very light squeeze
that's cool.
gets through. Good timing there from him.
Oh, you're welcome, man. I was telling all my friends about that, and they're like,
Yeah.
man, that's crazy. That's crazy, you know?
I was playing the comments. Alpha?
Yeah, I know.
That's cool.
They couldn't believe it. They're like, no. How much exactly is that one worth?
100 to 200 depends.
Around two?
Yeah.
Depends on like what.
Depends on what. It's hard to tell because they're just not selling right now, but
Yeah.
at least 100.
At least 100, right? It's in like mint condition.
No, it's neat. It's in good condition, but not.
Oh, good. Okay.
I was
Mint
confused
condition
for a
would
second there
be-
too. I was like, no, guys.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, mint condition is 800 now.
Is how much?
800
800?
for mint. Yeah. It's just out of control.
Insane. It's just gonna keep going up too, right?
Yeah. What happened was they came out with the amount of alpha cards printed, and they were like half as much as everybody thought. And then so things
The
didn't
account
double. They like,
completes.
So that was pretty cool.
And you said you
Again with the $200 straddle
Yeah,
on.
I bought
All
well,
checks.
I bought it about 3 years ago.
Okay. On eBay or what?
No, at a
The accountant flops a pair of eights,
they have a Grand Prix tournament. They have
and that's going to win it.
a bunch of people selling stuff. I just wish I had bought more.
For sure.
It's like I think back about my Magic buying career, and I just randomly bought stuff. And
Some shout outs to the
I just
chat.
wish I'd run into like every single.
Luhan and
market that I ever
Associates.
ran into.
Yes, that's
It
me.
wasn't, in
Corey
general,
B.
if it was a reasonable price, I'd buy it.
Yeah.
But I just didn't run into it.
Joshua Lai, Lord Malvo over on YouTube.
Like different prices or different old cards and stuff like that. I was like,
Lido,
most times looking at, like,
Slugger,
different prices.
Chat
I
Police
had that
Felon,
impulse to just buy it too.
Mad5820 over on
Yeah,
Twitch.
It's a good. I still think that they're just going. If inflation is here,
Magic.
Magic.
Yeah, they never play.
I haven't played, but I've been around people that play it enough that I get it ish. Yeah.
I had a 40 by the way.
as a collectible, it's just going through
We
the
had
roof.
40,000.
You still like playing as well?
Yeah, both my sons.
Raise from the accountant.
And he added 40,000.
They're both way better.
Couple
than
of
me.
calls.
I just like I more collect and then they play. But I still have fun.
King 4 deuce.
I was raised doing that with my dad, just like competing against him like in various games.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Gall flops best, but
I remember my mom used to
Andy
work
is the only
weekends
player with a
as
heart.
delivery nurse, and him and I would just battle. Serious
Deuce for the
strategy
account.
all day long.
Yeah.
Gall gets out of the way.
Probably why I like this.
Yeah.
Like, I always love like competitions where you like think.
Yeah, strategy. Yeah.
Yeah.
16.
Yeah, if I do this, they're gonna do this. and-
Strategy games is obviously the phrase I'm looking for. Yeah.
Strategy.
I think Andy just led the flop, which is interesting.
Thank you very much.
He bets the turn, takes it down.
My strategy here is just to have the best hand by the river.
That's it. Honestly, it's like a very underrated part of this. People don't realize, like, all else being equal, if two people get to the river, the guy with the better hand, it's just such a great situation for that
It
guy.
just matters.
So much of what happens in a poker session is how often you have the best hand
Yeah.
by the
It's a
river.
very nice place.
Yeah, absolutely. You know the area.
Isn't that the same for Magic? Like the first 5 minutes of the match, like determines.
Yeah, a lot, because whether you're on the offensive or whether you're behind,
Yeah.
and then what you have to do, and what the board state is, and a lot of
You know
them.
people there? Is that why you do it? Oh, okay, so you just.
And the other thing that's interesting about poker and Magic is there's luck, like draws and
Without luck, all games are kind of dumb.
Limp pot here.
kind of boring for
Not
sure.
1 month.
You're gonna be here 1 month?
Another 1 month.
Oh, another month. Okay, all right.
Bottom pair for the accountant.
I probably would have liked it.
Still somehow has the best hand.
Oh, okay, okay. Oh, okay, shit. So we got 4 more weeks.
Garrett takes a stab at this. Betting pot. Just figuring, I think, that nobody else has much. He's right, and he takes it down.
Play a little bit.
They have games?
Not anymore. Playing all this shit, but I was
But
Wow.
that's a lot of private.
Right,
Big brands.
right.
Next time I come down, I'll bring some decks.
It's different price.
That's the best.
I wasn't that stuff.
Francis usually just
I
know-
played a little more.
I mean, just know
It's
when
not
it's
like
gonna-
it's not. It's kind of like a
Say
no-brain
something
game, but I played
to
it.
people
Yeah.
outside, so.
Right.
You're the straddle.
Right. Yeah, I hear you.
Gotta straddle my aces.
Raise 1,000.
So Sammy limped to the button. Andy puts in a raise from the second blind.
3,200.
Garrett 3-bets from the third blind. Dominating both players. And Andy lets it go. If you want to play on Live at the Bike, email wayne@liveatthebike.com. Let him know about your poker background and what stakes you want to play.
Three.
So straddle is off now. Sammy raises it up. Re-raise from Gall. The suited gapper. And Sammy continues.
That's it.
Ace King 6, and Sammy does flop a piece of this, but it is a board where Gall can put on a lot of pressure if he wants. He does bet small. Sammy calls. Gall picks up a few outs to a gutter, and this is just a spot where he should have a massive range advantage.
James, speaking of Hawaii, I just finished a show called White Lotus. Did you see it? Or have you heard of it?
I've heard of it. I didn't see it, but I heard of it.
Yeah, I think it was so good.
So
As
recommend
much
it?
as much as we
3,200
talked about shows,
from Gall.
I suspect you'll really like it.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
It has a lot to say about a lot of things we talked about, sort of
Okay.
social classes and the working class versus, you know, it was just a really great show.
Okay, who's in it? Anybody?
Sammy not a believer,
Yeah.
and Gall gives up. Sammy wins an
Bonnie
$11,000
Britton,
pot.
Lead female. Her husband, I'm forgetting his name, but he's in a lot of stuff. One of the daughters is the blonde girl from Euphoria. I don't know if you watched that show.
Yeah.
Who else?
Okay, so it's recommended.
Yeah, for sure. It was an awesome show.
Did you see Nine Strangers with Nicole?
No, so I read some initial reviews and they're mixed at best, so I'm still kind of on the
Worth it.
fence. You like it so far?
Yeah, you're not gonna, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Give it a shot. Nicole Kidman.
Yeah, it's worth it, yeah. And some other good.
Is that the one where they go to like therapy?
Yeah, it's kind of like, wow. Boy, it's a little sophisticated, complex, but
Yeah,
it's
we
worth
just
it.
started reading the book.
It's entertaining, let's put it that way. So it's worth it. Yeah.
Even the book, the start of it's complex. There's so many characters.
There's so many stuff going on, but they pull it off.
How's it going? I'm Garrett. What's your name?
Seven.
Nice to meet you.
You guys know each other?
Savage joining us now.
I didn't know what.
Oh, no, never mind. Good to meet you.
I'm told, by the way, that we're going to have Maria, Andy, and Bill Klein on tomorrow
Characters.
to play 1-1-200.
How do I want this?
Where's my one?
Okay, that's how good.
I went to the bar and it's still not open.
So Gall raises, the accountant defends, and leads. On this flop, Gall has top two and puts in a tiny raise. The accountant gets out of the way.
Pretty sweet little Mickey Mouse there. All Louis'd out, no problem.
Good.
So here, you put your, no, not here. You put on your, Right there. Yeah.
There you see Savage.
On your chest.
Oh, here?
Yeah.
Just 2-1-1.
She's played a good amount on the show recently.
Mickey Mouse.
Oh, good, okay.
He's just hard.
My pup's named after.
Alright, 50-50. You're the big one, James. First
Okay.
day.
Alright. Mickey Mouse.
One recall.
Sammy, just for that you know I have 5 buy-in today, so don't say anything stupid.
300 is the raise.
Okay. This guy's playing.
Garrett raises his button. The accountant calls from the second blind.
I'm adding 1200.
Okay. Chris is adding 1200. 65.
Garrett does not bet the flop. When the turn is an ace, I think Garrett has a ton of ace-x in his range. But he doesn't this time and has to fold to the accountant's stab.
King 8, Garrett. King 8. I said King 8.
Eight.
Didn't put you on that.
That's what you want to have to do.
Nice job, though. I mean,
It's very specific.
no, it's a great no.
I flopped 2 pair versus the king the very first hand. I didn't do
What
anything.
happened?
Oh, he means in the King 8 versus King Jack hand.
Listen, I'll take a compliment as
King
much
Queen,
as
I
the
mean.
next guy. But you often give me way too much credit for things where the hands play themselves.
Well, that's why I did it this time and I paid for it. No, it's all good.
Your luck box.
I'm not saying like I'm a bad player, but I just did nothing cool on that hand.
Like, what the hell do you have that you're betting into? King 8 makes sense.
4-7 offsuit. Remember?
Make sure to hit like or thumbs up
I didn't give you credit. That was the
on
problem.
whatever platform you're on.
Big blind.
Let Wayne and the other
Sometimes
owners here at Live the Bike know that you appreciate having these huge stakes games on Thursdays as well as Fridays.
It just didn't connect on that hand and you had it. So all good.
It's funny. I thought you were beat, but not by that.
Correct.
400.
JD with the raise.
4-4.
Gets 3 calls. Top 2, or top and bottom rather, for the accountant. Top pair for JD.
19.
All in.
Raise all in.
JD bets.
1900.
Yeah.
The accountant doesn't have a ton behind and shoves.
Got on me now?
And
You order one.
pretty straightforward call for JD, but he is behind.
How's the best way? Oh.
They run it once,
Jack 4.
and Jack 4 is going to win a
Nothing special
14K
in that
pot.
hand. All I did was just.
So the accountant gets back some of the money he lost to
It's not funny.
Garrett in the King 8 versus King Queen hand
I mean, that's not funny, man.
6300.
as he doubles up Jack 4 suited.
I teach you well, Nick.
Thank you. Thank you.
I teach you how to flop 2 pair. I teach you how to pretend like you did nothing cool when you did it. All
Well
All
done.
good. All good.
Same hand, exactly. Top and bottom pair, no problem.
Yeah, no problem.
No problem.
Twice?
Oh, the run?
Yeah, twice.
I always ask. I'm okay with either one, so it's all good.
Adding back 6.
JD's adding 6,000.
7,000.
7,000. 2,000. You copy?
That one you at least had the benefit of the flush draw. $300. $300.
Race here from JD. The accountant is in a gambling mood today. Calls with 7-3 suited. James calls as well.
It's 5,300.
Sammy squeezed very light earlier. Now picks up a real hand. Squeezes with that. I believe he has pocket tens.
I like the bubble.
Yeah. Just the doors thing is real.
Yeah, I know. You can't trade that.
So I'm not sure what just happened. I think we may have just seen a series of limps. Sammy put in the isolation with pocket tens, and JD back raised with jack six suited, which is pretty sick.
Look at what you started.
Family fun.
Look what you started. Everybody's gonna have king five, jack four. all day.
So a race here from JD and a bunch of calls, but Gall is not going to let this
Yeah, I'm sure everyone here's got a premium hand.
go 6 ways to a flop.
How much is it?
7
After
premium
this hand, I'll
hands
grab
here.
it.
He does put in the 3-bet.
17.
It's not gonna change anything. Still 6-way call.
Call from JD.
Ain't good.
And they'll go heads up with $4,800 already in this pot. Queen 9-8, not the flop you want to see
25.
when you've put in a big squeeze from out of position usually. Gall calls. Now he does block the nuts and has outs to a straight. But JD can have a lot of strong hands here. He'll continue with a call. Call now open-ended.
6,000.
Yep. Sorry.
And another quick bet from JD.
Yep.
Who could certainly have sets and probably also some 2 pairs here. As well as Queen X, of course.
We know. You don't like to fold.
No, I'm trying. I mean, I know it's gonna cost. It might cost you more. I'm just trying to.
No, I'm just disregard. Just needling a little bit. It's okay.
Very awkward spot for Gall. He's going to set JD all in. JD quickly calls.
Whatever you want.
They're going to run this once. And Gall gets there with a straight on the river.
Wow, river. Wow. I would have lost too. I've flopped off.
So a $31,000 pot headed Gall's way after he rivers JD in this 3-bet pot.
I was okay with either one.
What's that?
I was okay with either.
No, I was kidding about the play.
The fish are getting eaten.
Yes.
Some fish are
No.
getting lucky.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah.
Some fish are getting lucky.
Okay. Oh, are you pointing fingers there?
Got that right.
Me?
Oh no.
Myself.
No. That was the last show.
No.
On the river, mainly.
Fucked up golf. You won like 100.
River was an offsuit 6, giving
Everyone's like,
Gall
"That's the best of all time."
straight to the
Sorry,
10.
here to-
For those who missed it. So Queen,
No, I
9,
think he was
8,
the best of
7,
all time with
6.
that. Four calls.
Gall
Gall.
shoves
Hey,
over a pretty sizable bet
That's what I do.
on the turn and gets there against JD's pair of queens on the
I got
river.
15, so give me like,
Do you guys want to do bomb pot for collection or
Oh,
not?
yeah.
I can
You
just
guys
run
in
over
for
there. It's up
bomb
to you.
pots?
I don't want to run over there.
You want
How
10K?
much?
Yeah, give me 10K in white.
500 bomb pot?
I'll give you 5K in white.
Let's do
Perfect.
it. Let's do it.
That's good.
Whatever, right? Let's
Is
do
everyone
4.
down for $500 bomb pots or what?
No, I don't like bomb pot.
Makes
You
You're
sense.
want
a
to skip
kid.
them entirely?
$200.
Gall,
I
you
prefer to
serious?
do a round of straddle instead of bomb pot.
$200.
Oh, shame on you. Shame. Everybody point and shake your finger at him. All right, whatever you guys want.
I'm always in for anything.
Let's do a $200
I know,
You gotta
bomb
talk to the boss. 200's a waste. That's like as small as the
300.
game.
Yeah, 5 is perfect.
I'll do 500.
Five's good.
So
I'll throw in Haba Bomb.
Do 300.
All right, 300.
300?
So,
I don't really like bomb pot.
300 not bomb pots either. So
All right.
I mean,
are we dying on the solo?
only one is objective and I would object.
All for one, one for all. I'm okay with. Yes, no, okay. Fine. All good.
Can I take this and then take it back? Let me see.
Players negotiating whether to do a bomb pot here.
Still good, yeah. Okay, so this is just making.
Wait, sorry,
That should be 5.
Yeah,
Give me,
okay.
yeah. I was cutting it.
thank you. I was like, wait a minute, I think I'm missing something.
Yeah, you can.
I think they're just playing as normal.
Oh, no, I can stay for 6 months. Tourists can stay for 6 months. You can stay for 6 months. I can stay for 6 months. I mean, you
Thinking
know,
about it?
no, I can only for 6 months. I can.
So this is not going to be a bomb pot, just a regular pot. Raise here from JD, call from Sammy. They'll go heads up here. 10 deuce deuce. Not the sort of flop that Sammy's going to fold too easily on. He does call after JD c-bets.
130.
JD fires again. And all in all, this is not a bad card for Sammy. He may think JD is tilting. He does call. And his threes are still good. JD bets 2,000, and it's certainly possible he could have overpairs or diamonds here, but for the most part, I think this looks like exactly what it is. Sammy sniffs it out
Nice hand, nice hand.
and wins a $7,900 pot. Just a pair of threes.
The bull going back down.
Nice call from Sammy.
Yeah, if you're winning.
Talk to me about the nickname, Sammy. Did you give it to yourself? Someone give it-
No, someone else, everybody else was.
Recently or a long time ago?
Playing here,
Okay.
outside, when we played outside.
So what happened? You just won every pot and everyone just started beating up?
He's a commentator, yeah.
One of my bluffs go through, and then I sometimes I call with bottom pair, sometimes I call like second nut, so they were just like,
You can't be contained. You're full, right? All right, I get it. It's cool.
So I like the sound of it, so I'll just.
It's a pretty badass nickname.
For non-self-described too, surprisingly. Positive.
Sammy the Bull. I assume that's what they're talking about, although I guess they could be talking about Savage also.
Silence.
Sammy, why don't you have the truth say you are the bullshitter? That's why they call you sure.
And one of them were saying it's hard to
Race here
call
from Gaul.
Sammy the bullshitter, so it's simple, Sammy the bull.
Couple calls, and now top pair for the accountant. The nut flush draw
Yeah, you
for
don't
Gaul.
expect much of a bullshitter.
Gaul bets,
No, I've
the
played with
accountant
several
calls,
about as nice as they come.
Savage thinks I am
and
bullshit.
checks back the turn. Gaul does.
Bullshit at the same time.
Yeah, that's true.
Gaul gets there on the
Myron,
river.
that's why he's neither. Or he's nice and not a bullshitter. You get it.
It's 1,200. Gets a quick call from the accountant, and Gaul's ace high flush. We'll take this one.
Big button.
Shout outs to those of you in the chat. Jimmy Bluffett,
Small blind JD.
Danny himself, Corey B, D-Love, what's going on over on YouTube? Fat Bob Records, I Want Techies, Apodictic, Sandy Joy over on Twitch. Thank you for being with us.
1,200.
Raise from JD. The accountant puts in the 3-bet with pocket fives. And JD not done with this yet. He calls. And flops a pair of aces. C-bet here from the accountant.
$2,800.
I believe JD raised the flop.
2,800.
I think I'm the
Yeah.
Seems like a play that's likely to get him in trouble against a lot of hands the accountant could have. Luckily for him, though, the accountant doesn't have much of this time and is forced to let it go.
What else have you watched recently, James?
Strangers, let's see.
Nine Perfect Strangers is what it's
Yeah,
about.
yeah.
No, he's just sitting in a park watching strangers.
You what?
I said you're just sitting in a park watching strangers. No Parker laughs at me like this is great television.
Complex, but it's good.
300.
Can't think of anything. I know there's a couple other things. Yourself? Anything else?
Yeah, trying to think of the names of some of the shows I watched recently.
There's a lot of good stuff out there now. If you look for it.
Feels Good is a show my fiance and I watched recently about a former addict comedian, female. It's on Netflix. We liked that quite a bit.
Feels good.
Uh-huh. That was the name of that one. We enjoyed that one a lot.
Is that
That was
Netflix?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Okay.
300.
I like that show too. It's a good show.
There's a show on Netflix called Explained. We've like gone through all those. It was a great show. Learned a lot of things about a bunch of random topics.
Racy from Gaul.
Check's good.
Then we watched a show called
Flops
Cats.
2 pair.
That's on HBO.
And Sammy turns a
That's
set.
about,
Who's in that?
I'm forgetting her name, but she also, coincidentally, she plays kind of like an older female comic who's been like a legend in Vegas forever.
Oh, okay.
And she hires this like new assistant.
Okay.
I like that quite a bit.
Gall
too,
bets
actually.
the turn. May have been hoping that JD would bet the flop. Didn't get what he wanted. And now Sammy's gotten there and raises him on the turn.
Well,
3,000 from Sammy and a quick call from Gall. Sammy wins a 10K pot,
3,000.
turning a set.
I know there's a couple others, I just didn't think about it.
You ever see that show Midnight Gospel? It's the most peaceful head trip you'll ever experience. It's animated and like filmed from documentaries and stuff like that, but it's all taking it to a different plane of existence. Big Blend Savage. Straddle 200.
Oh, that might be the beginning of a straddle round. Is everyone in for that? Sounds like yes.
Ride or die.
Sorry, you just sounded like a camp counselor right there. Oh, is everybody ready for a round of straddles?
How much?
600. Raise.
I'll do around a straddle if we get a bump puck.
I'm in for all of it.
Straddle pot here. Andy races it up.
I'm on your team, man. Yeah. Tell me where to sign.
4 calls.
Play.
So 5 ways to a flop here. King 9-3. Not much there for anybody. Andy's ace high, still
Yeah.
good. Checks through. 5 on the turn. So now the accountant picks up a flush draw. Gall picks up bottom pair. Or third pair, rather. Gall bets it. The accountant continues. And makes his flush, and it also makes Gall 2 pair. The accountant doesn't have a ton behind. About a pot-sized bet behind, but he's going to bet a bit smaller here. Gall maybe feeling a little bit snake bit after that last pot against Sammy, but this is just a call. He does call, and they got him again. 10-6 suited, backdoors a flush. Wins a nice pot off of Gall.
Please, yeah, it'd be so cool. And if I haven't gotten you in one earlier, just go with me.
Shout out to JJ De La Garza in the chat, who's reminding you all to smash that thumbs up button.
I'm good, thank you. I want to say hi to my favorite poker player.
And there's JD on the screen, or excuse me, JJ on the screen as well.
Joke's on you, sucker.
You milked me for $1,200 up there. Thought I owed you at least that.
Double milked me.
You milked yourself.
I'm a man, Frank.
You can milk anything with nipples.
Raise from JD. Call from James.
Garrett, you ready to double me up?
Oh, I'm so ready. It's funny you mentioned that. I was just like, damn, I really hope I don't.
Sammy calls as well.
It'd be dope.
Four.
It's coming.
And Andy defends. No one has a diamond here.
Like, I so badly wanted to fold that hand, like, you don't know, but I'm like, I can't.
James has a straight draw. Bets after it checks to him.
Okay.
So when you're gonna win a hand against Garrett, you should say the same thing.
Please do. There couldn't be a better
And
guy
that'll
to
get the
fuck
job
with
done.
that.
No, I know. You're okay.
And people do it like in small pots against me, but they don't often have the heart to do it in big ones. It'd be like way funnier in a bigger pot, you know?
We've done it against each
Oh,
other
yeah.
in a big.
Yeah, but you guys are constantly playing, right? Like, it's, you're on the same, like, level, right? Like, so if I had, like, 200K behind, it'd be way funnier. But I don't, so it's, yeah.
But you do. You just don't want to put it on the table. Right? You're right. You're on a different level than us because you're much wealthier than both of us.
I don't know about that.
But you don't put it on the table. Different.
I know, but I'm stupid enough to. You know, like, people that don't know their own limits?
Yeah.
That's me.
Yeah, that might be going high as well.
Huh?
Yeah.
There's a chance that's both going
No.
Put yourself to
Then I'm in good company. I'm in absolutely good company.
800. $2,300.
Raise from JD. Free bet from James with the aces. And kings for Andy, who just calls. I think Andy might be thinking he wants to play this pot against JD, who he perceives as being a bit tilted and likely to shove it in.
JD didn't get your cards yet. Thank you so much. 3 players.
But JD does not oblige, but Andy flops top set.
I'll go outside.
He and James are very deep.
4,000.
This is a dream scenario here for Andy. Does not seem like he should have kings here. That sneaky pre-flop call.
Well,
Another just call from Andy. Now JD has second pair here. Andy, I'm sure, still hoping JD just shoves it in here, which would reopen the action, but he does fold. Five of clubs on the turn.
Second night right here.
It's a third club.
Oh,
James
nice.
does have the ace of clubs.
That's Hubble.
Always. Shit's legit.
Oh, does that mean no hobble for the bomb pots since there's no bomb
No,
pots?
we're gonna do a bomb pot. Andy's gonna let us do one.
Not sure how many flushes Andy thinks James could have when he 3-bets pre-flop.
No, there is hobble.
And the
I
king
just
of
saw it
clubs
in
is on the
RP.
board.
I'm going good.
It's such a good, like,
That card,
like,
nonetheless, is going to be
like,
maybe
it's
somewhat of an
chips and there's a
impediment to
bottle of
Andy
hot
getting a
sauce,
lot of
like,
money
yeah,
in here.
okay, so it's such a sick. Like, I thought it was brilliant, by the way. I'm like, it's the best ad dollars you can spend. Right.
Yeah, JD.
7,000 here on the turn. It's a pretty small bet from James.
Alright, I'll go get the
Might be small enough that Andy feels comfortable raising anyway, despite the presence of the 3 clubs out there. Andy can certainly get value from something like aces with the ace of clubs, or ace king with the ace of clubs,
I was driving over. I'm like, Garrett's probably gonna have his boxed lunch.
or
and I'm
queens with the
looking
queen
at
of
him
clubs.
eating it. I'm like, now I'm gonna have to order food.
There you go. Make it happen.
I'm gonna have to text you next time to pack for 2.
He does raise, and this is good hand reading from Andy.
Where's Julie? She has that app. She ordered it last time.
Recognizes that this third club, while a bit scary, is not as scary as it initially appears. Shouldn't stop him from trying to put more money in this pot. So James certainly going to have to continue here. Putting in another raise might be a little bit reckless.
Well, it's not BS.
But he can certainly just call.
Was there a collection pot already?
Yes.
And he can certainly have some flushes in this situation, even though James has the
I
ace
guess
of
you got me
clubs.
covered, right?
Have queen jack of clubs, jack 10 of clubs.
30K and 5K.
Oh, okay.
And then 20 something and 1K.
Okay.
That's
50 plus?
No,
a
it's
little
got
bit like
more
70, maybe like around
70?
just under 70.
Okay.
James has used a couple of time chips already. He does make the call. And an offsuit 3 on the river shouldn't change much. It'll be interesting to see what sizing Andy goes with here. I think James's hand looks fairly face up to him. Aces with the ace of clubs, ace king with the ace of clubs, something like that. Andy's going big.
$38,800.
How much?
38,800.
3/4 pot. Tough spot here for James.
10 seconds.
He knows Andy's not doing some sort of blocker play because he has the ace of clubs in his hand. He also knows that Andy is quite weighted towards suited hands and pairs because he called a 3-bet pre-flop. So although his hand is pretty strong, it's pretty difficult to come up with a lot of hands he's beating. I'm not sure, for example, whether Andy would raise the turn with ace-king without a club in his hand. So ace is here in a pretty tough spot.
Wow.
It's James's last time chip. As he attempts to figure out what he can beat here. Extremely gross situation when you've got an opponent as live as Andy. An opponent as willing to put tons of chips in post-flop as Andy is. And you've got a hand like pocket aces here that may very well not be good. And James does make a terrific fold.
Show me a bluff.
So,
Get me out of my misery.
some really interesting pre-flop action in that hand. And I think quite well played by both players post-flop. Nice raise by Andy on the
You
turn,
put me on the right hand.
and a great fold by James on the river.
I think you put me on the right hand.
Alright, are we doing a straddle? Is this a
Do I have to
straddle?
wait 30 minutes?
Straddle, bomb pot, or
I gotta wait 30 minutes?
I'll tell you later, James.
How about we do a straddle, then a bomb pot? Or should we do a bomb pot now? and then a
it's
straddle?
collection, that's all I'm noting. I don't care how you guys
We
want
can
to
do
do it.
collection. Oh, it's collection?
Yeah.
So you can do a bumper for collection.
Alright, let's do a bomb pot.
Three?
You said 4, 3,
5?
3. 3 is it.
Up to you, 1,000.
And then the winner gets a bottle of hubba.
The winner pays.
Winner pays, yeah.
Oh,
Winner
no,
pays and gets a bottle of hubba.
the winner pays part sucks.
Do the number.
And if I win, then
Nobody
the
cares.
dealer
Do the
gets...
number then.
Do the number?
I strongly prefer the number.
Yeah, yeah, me too.
Yeah.
You just take it from the pot right now.
Yeah.
I don't want the,
Yeah,
I don't want
yeah,
the fucking bomb pot.
Yeah,
I
Garrett,
pick
Max
collection.
Payne, Max Payne.
I know Andy's gonna pay.
Oh.
Do you want it to be in the front? The bottle?
Yeah, this is in.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. That's the best.
Some folks in the
Yep.
chat
No, perfect.
wondering about
Get those shot.
what happens if Andy makes a smaller bet on that river.
Seeing that good?
And I was kind of thinking the same thing, just that I make a smaller bet a lot in that sort of spot in order to make sure I get called by worse. But Andy's a better player than me, playing opponents who are better than my opponents, and I think he thinks he wants to be using sizings where he can have a decent number of bluffs. Now, exactly what those bluffs are in that particular spot, it's hard to figure out, especially if you're sitting in James's seat and you can account for the ace of clubs.
All right, and you win the
You're
hubba.
sure in that case that Andy isn't going ham with ace queen with the ace of clubs, or
He already tried.
ace king even with the ace of clubs.
It's been handled.
You know that's not happening
That was
because
kinda
you have the
fun.
ace of clubs in your hand.
How you're the biggest advocate for bomb pots. Gall hates them the most, and you beat him in the hand.
Yeah, there you go. And the dealer wins with the hubba.
I believe that's pronounced as justice.
Okay, so now it's 1-1. And then should I just throw in my extra?
No,
Oh,
no. It's always random in a bomb pot, so you're good.
Yeah, okay, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
Nick, you're the guy here. Yeah.
Garrett, you're encouraging poor behavior, or what is it? Bad decisions, or I went biking the other day, like 20 miles or so, and my buddy's like, he's like, I'm trying to make it through this conference call without puking because I made poor decisions last night.
Too many nights in my life I felt like that. Or more.
This is Charlie Wilmoth here with you tonight on Live at the Bike.
It's incredible.
Check out my Twitter, Third Walking, THIRD Walking, and check out my poker podcast, Third Man Walking, which you can find a link to on my Twitter page.
So I stopped drinking about 8 months ago.
Limp here from Savage.
First Diet Coke now.
Gall puts in the raise with ace king.
Nice.
So here's the funny thing. So you schedule meetings in the morning, and sometimes you just don't feel good early in the morning, especially it's like 5 or 6 in the morning if you had any, like even a drink and a half.
That's right. Yeah.
And so I'd go to schedule meetings, and somebody'd say, "Hey, can you meet at 6?"
Check on the flop.
And I'd be like, "No, let's do
Ace
it
on the
at
turn.
9 or 10," just because it's and then like after a while, I'm like, "Wait a minute, why am I doing that? I'm gonna
Quick
fine
check
at
by
5 or
Savage,
6."
which I
Now
think is good. Gall's going to have a lot of ace X here.
It has on your life and you don't realize.
He bets, she calls.
Yeah, that's the worst.
6 of
That's
clubs on the
the
turn.
day that dies after the day that you have fun.
Brings in the third club, but it doesn't seem very likely that either player has clubs based on how the hand is played out. Call bets. She quickly calls.
1800.
And nice pot for Gall, who ran pretty bad in a couple of spots about a half hour ago, but
You never
got
regret
some of his
not
chips
drinking
back
in the
right
morning,
there.
The following morning, you never wake up, you're like, damn, I wish I drank last night.
Yeah.
Yeah, you wake up in the morning being like, why do I feel better?
Who started
What
this?
have I done last night?
Yeah, my life is.
Huh?
James.
Yeah, James is
Who started?
Oh, I think Nick ended up starting. What?
Gal started it.
I always started, yeah.
Okay. 600.
King's here for Sammy and ace king for Andy. So another collision of two monster hands.
1500.
These are two players who are not shy about putting in money pre-flop. Small free bet from Andy. And now Garrett's gonna put in the 4-bet with Queen Jack suited. And I think against these players, that's a fine play, but his timing is a bit off here. So now, if you're Sammy, you've got about 30,000 to start. What do you do here? Do you just call? Do you rip it in? Seems hard to find any raise size besides all in. He does go with the shove. Andy snap folds ace king. Wow.
Andy always regrets me.
Sort of. I'm not shocked that he folded, but I am shocked that he folded that fast.
Yeah, I just made
So
a mess
Garrett
of my
maybe
trousers.
saving Andy a little bit of money there.
Oh man.
Things that make you go.
36 snap fold.
Well, the good news is we got a game.
Yeah, we do.
Thank you.
I'm not sure there was ever in doubt, but it is officially on.
Batman says, classic best hand I've had all day moment for Garrett. And we've all been there. I don't think that Garrett was just card dead tilted though. I think he sees Andy putting in an aggressive action as one of the last players to act and thinking I've got a playable hand. The best way to proceed is going to be with a 4-bet, especially
I got it.
super deep
This thing.
against Andy. Anyway, this is the best hand Garrett has seen all day. Unfortunately, neither of his opponents has much. And they both quickly fold.
You want a glass of wine? It's plenty. You guys want to hand me a glass? You guys, Andy, you might
We don't want to
hand me
do
a glass.
cocktail.
So you just want to go?
Yeah, just one is good. No, just one.
No, I already get two cocktails.
Who wanted the wine? Sammy, for you?
Savage.
Oh, Savage. You want a glass of wine? Yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
You're the big one, Sammy.
It's okay, you can take his big one.
Okay, I will pass that.
Sorry, I'm gonna. Yeah, it's a. What you like?
Very nice glass.
It is straddle savage.
Sorry, Annie. Sorry, everyone.
Don't be
It's
sorry.
only,
Don't do that again.
there's only 5 seconds for that.
Now it's the accountant who picks up pocket kings.
Third second, I should
They're going around.
3 seconds.
Yeah, before, but
750.
Not in that spot.
kind of not move the waist.
So,
Not today. Yeah, not today.
Picks up 2 callers. Not the flop the accountant wants to see.
1200.
James fires.
There's
And JD's raising, I think, with 3 deuce offsuit. Wow. This is pretty crazy, but it might just work. I think he just limped and called pre-flop. So I'm not really sure what he's saying is happening here. I guess he's saying I have king 10. But if you want to tell that story, it helps to have a king or a 10 in your hand. In the accountant spot here, it's annoying to have to fold pocket kings on the flop. But this looks like a textbook spot to do it. He does. And James folds top pair as well. So JD's bluff with 3 deuce off gets through.
The button, right?
Yeah. Because he was just big.
Do you have an ace, JD?
I had a good bet.
Andy up 22,000.
That's all I'm gonna tell
Sammy
you.
and Garrett having good days as well so far. JD and James stuck over 20K. James, of course, lost a huge pot to Andy about 10 minutes ago, having to fold pocket aces correctly on the river.
Hello, buddy. Banter. Cool. Great.
Raise here from Garrett. Call from Savage. Ace 7-6. Not much for either player.
Certainly didn't want you to hit your queen.
Garrett bets small and takes it down. Andy Wynn says, what's a good strategy against a good aggressive player? I would say, one, try to have position on them. You know, be subtle about it. Seat hopping at the poker table, not the best look, but not letting them have direct position on you is going to make your life a lot easier. And if they're aggressive, if they're putting a lot of money in with bad hands, then call them down a little bit more often and check to them a little bit more often so that they can bluff. Also, whenever you make a call on the flop or turn, try to anticipate what might happen on a later street. If you're calling a flop, knowing that you're going to have to overfold, you're going to have to fold the turn a lot, and they're going to bet the turn a lot, then I would say finding a few extra folds on the flop so that you don't have to do that could save you some money in the long run.
Okay.
Free bet here from Sammy. James calls with ace king. Three deuce deuce. Sort of a nothing board. Very good board for the pre-flop three better.
18.
Sammy does bet. Gets a quick call. Five on the turn. Both players pick up gut shots. And I think this is a spot where Sammy can bet a bunch, knowing that he's going to have all of the big overpairs here in this spot.
45.
He does fire a second barrel. Has the ace of spades in his hand too, which is interesting. Could potentially fire again on a spade, which is what we got on the river. Let's see if Sammy empties the clip here. No, he goes for the check. And James is going to decide whether he needs to bluff here or whether his hand has enough value on its own.
28, 27, 28.
He does have the king of spades in his hand
10 seconds.
and could certainly have some backdoor spades hands that peeled on the flop. He's going to bet. Wow.
19.
He bets huge. We see that he has the best hand anyway, but this is a pretty gutsy bluff. Sammy might just be trying to think through what this represents.
10 seconds.
His hand obviously is quite weak. He can have any number of pairs here. And I think from James's perspective, this is one of the worst hands he would turn up with here. I guess he would have some busted diamonds. But a lot of what he's going to have has at least a pair beyond the deuces on the board. Sammy may be just trying to work out whether James could be bluffing with a hand like Queen Jack of Diamonds. Ace 10 of Diamonds. And I think from his perspective, there's just, I could see the reasons for his suspicion, but there's just a lot better hands that he can call with. He does finally let it go. Would have been pretty sick if he called there and lost to Ace King High.
Ay-ya!
What is that?
Ay-ya!
I think James just showed the ace, which means Sammy has no idea whether he had the best hand or not.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Probably
to see
not,
that
though,
one. I have no idea.
Wait.
since the ace was a club.
But it's good to see it's
15
not a
minutes,
diamond.
Andy.
At least it's not a diamond.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey, how are
15.
you?
You can whisper. 15.
I was close.
First drop, double drop.
Ay. Ace 4, ace. Aces, aces. Oh.
Aces. What was your?
I jack. Ace down. Ace of spades.
400.
Aces for JD. So many big pairs going around this table, but no action for him.
How much?
1. $800. Heads up. Eight. The big button.
Garrett takes this one down.
Yeah. Tough, tough.
So the big pot so far today was Andy with pocket kings against James's pocket aces. Andy flopped top set. Flush came in on the turn. Andy managed to put a raise in on the turn. And pot was quite big, and Andy fired 38,000 into 53,000 on the river. And James folded pocket aces with the flush card.
Did I miss a blind? No.
No, not yet. Next
Raise here from Garrett
6,000.
And 2 pair now for James.
Okay.
Garrett fires the turn as well. It's called by James. And the jack. A good card for James's range generally. Garrett gives up on the river, and James will take this one down even after his 2 pair gets counterfeited.
Take it.
Doug Season, yes, I did read your chat. Wes, yes, I will be playing tomorrow, I think. I don't know where. You can usually find something pretty big here in LA on Friday. Limp from James. Raise from Gall.
12.
Free bet from JD. Cold call from James. Gall getting a really good price. Continues as well. So 38.50 already in this pot. Top pair and a gutter for JD. James lets it go. Gall has bottom pair and a gutter. And now both players have 2 pair. Interesting card. Neither player with the queen. Check, check. And Gall somehow gets there on the river. It's a spot where JD's going to have a lot of ace-x too. Gall bets 5,000, gets snapped by JD, and will win a 17K pot, almost an 18K pot. Barry Kelly says, what would you consider a good bankroll for 510? I can't really give a single answer. I think it depends on a lot of factors, including what the money means to you, whether it's your entire life savings or just some small part of a much bigger life bankroll, whether you're a winning player in the game, how much variance is in the game, how big a winner you are. There's just a lot of factors. So there's a Third Man Walking episode called How Big a Bankroll Do I Need? That's my podcast. And I would suggest you check that out. I'd spend about 10 minutes running through all the things you should think about when you're deciding what sort of bankroll you need to play what stakes and what that means to you.
Six.
Raise here from Sammy. Everybody's got clubs.
Pretty quick. I gotta.
3 calls.
It's hard, man. It's not easy. Definitely plenty of times I'm playing, I just want to scream.
Right.
It's a fucking hard game.
Jesus Christ.
Ace high board.
In the first 2 hours, it's like, what-
Good flop
what
for
did I do,
Sammy.
God?
Nobody else has much.
Well,
Sammy
let me
does
look
check.
Yeah.
11.
gets Andy to put in a bet, the gutter ball.
One more.
They'll go heads up to the turn.
Yeah, there you go.
Check, check. Now, Sammy's kicker doesn't play. He checks. I think that's a pretty good play against an aggressive player when his kicker gets counterfeited like that.
Take your own advice, bro.
But Andy does not continue to
Yeah. You tried
tell
to
the
tell
story,
me, then you
and
want me
Sammy's
take
going to
your
take this
own
one down.
And, do as I say, not as I do.
JD added 10K. Got it. Thank you. Copy that. Okay.
Sandy Joy, thank you so much. Race here from Gall. JD comes along,
Thank you.
as does Sammy. Top pair for Sammy. Middle pair for Gall, who makes trips on the turn after checking it back. Does bring in a flush, but that shouldn't be a huge factor here. JD gets out of the way. Sammy calls.
Can't take it. Got it.
Brick on the river. We'll see what sizing Gall chooses here. Goes with a slight overbet. Putting Sammy's exact hand in a pretty irritating spot. His kicker is counterfeited again. Might be concerned that Gall is trying to bluff him off a chop. But he does make the nice fold.
Why you fold?
I would not have folded that.
Why you raise so
All the
much?
way.
Yeah, you should always get fold.
Oh, kicker don't play it. Maybe chop chop.
Yeah, it was a chop part.
Maybe chop chop. Ace time.
3.
Chop chop. Yeah. I didn't see the jack jack.
3 rates. 1,000. JD.
Yeah. Sorry.
No problem. No problem. 3 1,000.
So raise from Gall. Andy 3-bets with the 8-6 suited from early. The accountant cold calls. This is similar to the spot a second ago where Gall called a 3-bet the Jack 10 offsuit because he was getting a price closing the action against two opponents. Queen 3 deuce. Good board for Andy's range. Also has some backdoor possibilities. He fires. Fold from the accountant and fold from Gall. So Andy with 8-6 suited puts in the light 3-bet pre-flop and gets it through.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Oh, no, thank you. Thank you.
Three.
Garrett raises it. The entire table calls.
Five play.
Straight for James.
You check, right?
Top pair and a straight draw for Sammy.
Oh no, sorry, it's confusing at the.
Oh, Gary, you check?
What?
Checks to James,
16.
who bets almost pot here. Quick call from Sammy. Everyone else folds.
Heads up.
Brick on the turn. Sammy checks it over.
So you describe poker as
65.
chess, except occasionally a little guy runs in and steals or moves your pieces.
James
Right. Pretty good
overbets
analogy.
here on the turn, and I think Sammy's alarm bells should be going off here. James bet pot into 4 opponents on the flop on a very wet board, and now is overbetting the turn.
The hand and the game changes so much, so quickly.
But Sammy calls. See one more card here. It's the deuce of clubs. Not a great card for James's range here, although he could have something very specific like Jack-9 of clubs.
13.
And now Sammy is going to turn his top pair into, I think, a bluff with the king of clubs in his hand.
All in.
James is having none of it, moves in, and Sammy snap folds.
Bullshit, it's over.
So a creative play there from Sammy.
Oh, you always try to steal an old game.
Pretty good blocker in his hand, although
And then you're trying to represent a nut flush.
sort of an interesting spot because he's got a good top pair.
Clubs are on the river.
I mean, he has an,
Was there a club?
Yes, 3 clubs on the
Club
river.
on the river?
Yeah, clubs are
I mean, he has an ace of club.
Oh,
You
yeah.
have a king of club.
Honestly, I didn't know there was a club on the river.
Yeah, well,
James has a straight.
I gotta do like I did that one time. I gotta double up now during the straddle
I
round.
put you on king
I
queen.
gotta change my
Ten queen.
I'll ask mine. I think it's 15.
universe
He added
column.
15, Sam?
Yeah, 15.
Yeah, he added 15. Start around, starting with Garrett.
Be right back.
It wouldn't have been that bold.
I saw like a
I didn't
medium
see the
black
club.
card. That's all I saw.
Oh, my card, you mean?
Oh, it is. Did you see it?
Oh, that one.
Oh, did I show it?
It's all good. No worries.
1,000.
King of clubs.
King Jack. King Jack. King Jack. But I don't think my
Club
hand is
or what?
King of clubs, Jack of spades.
Oh, so you don't have a flush.
I don't have a plus.
But you try to represent a king jack
Well,
of
you fold it
clubs.
very fast.
Top pair and open-ended on the top.
Oh, okay.
You have flush, you fold, he's not folding.
Huh?
Not stop
No,
folding.
he's trying to represent a king high flush, and then he realized someone had an ace high flush. So he's not fold.
Oh, I didn't have an ace high flush. You mean he or me?
He's trying to represent
Oh,
king high flush.
9 Jack of clubs.
Not me.
Oh,
Not
no,
me.
you-
No, no, no.
James have an ace of club.
Oh, you had it straight.
No, he's got it. All right.
9 Jack.
And you didn't see the club on the river? Or it doesn't matter?
I didn't even care. I was just going to show it.
Well,
It doesn't matter, just Sammy doesn't have it anyway.
well,
Sammy won't have it anyway.
I thought you would fold for straight.
The accountant with the best of it here. Andy, the pre-flop racer. And the accountant limps and calls pre-flop with ace-9 off. Gets a pretty good run up and takes it down.
You got to stay.
Starting 10, JD?
Never mind.
No, I took 10 off.
You got to
Oh,
stay.
okay, so you
You got to
just
stay.
okay, yes. JD didn't add anything, you just color.
I can
You have
start.
to extend your lead.
I can still do it.
Sammy, why don't you just check all in? Check, bet, all in.
And then I use all.
And then he will actually think, oh, there's a club on the river. Maybe he will think about
I'm
it.
calling no matter what.
He doesn't-
I had,
today.
he knew what I had. I'm calling.
What are you getting out of here?
No,
Oh, you're just coloring up, down.
I'm just making more chips, so I feel like I have more.
Got it. Am I the straddle or?
No, no, you straddle, you're first.
Another limp here from the accountant.
You want the hand so bad. You want to know that? I think he put him on aces, right? I mean, he put him James on aces.
No, I put him on king queen on 10 queen.
I think Andy put James on aces.
He takes it down on a queen 4 deuce flop.
Yeah, because if you know he has aces, then you can just block whatever.
Make sure you hit that like or thumbs up button for us. Let Wayne and the Live at the Bike staff know you appreciate
Yes. It's an
having these
interesting hand.
big games on Thursday. And just as a reminder, we're going to have an even bigger game
Does he have a
tomorrow.
Let's put it this way. if
with
there was a
Maria
club on the
Ho and
river,
Bill
it would
Klein.
be Really interesting.
Oh.
But no, unless he says okay if I say anything else, I'm not.
Will you have one if you go all in?
James.
First, James.
Uh,
600.
yeah,
You go all in on the river, you will have one.
I can't say anything right now unless, if Andy gives me the clear, I'll say.
You slide the card.
It's okay, you got your money back from Sammy.
Yeah, he cleared me with Andy. He cleared me up.
I rebuy.
He cleared my head up a little bit.
1,000.
1,000.
And two hands.
Bet here from the accountant. Sammy with
I have more chips than
another top pair, he calls.
but I lost the hand.
Gall comes along as well, and the accountant picks up a flush draw.
You should not have blocked James. You can't even bluff me. How can you bluff James? I call him bottom pair all the time, and he was like, "Oh shit."
Now he checks it.
Want some new hobo?
Sammy has top 2 pair, excuse me, not just 1 pair. And just called on the flop.
Thank you.
It's good stuff, right?
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
Very small bet
It
here.
just works with everything.
Gall suspicious, but he lets it go. And I think now the accountant certainly has to at least call. He's getting very good odds here. To try to improve.
10 seconds.
He does, but it's not the improvement he needed. 2 pair now for the accountant. But it's a worse 2 pair than Sammy has. The accountant leads, and Sammy's reaction indicates that he thinks the accountant has a hand like 9-7 or king-queen or queen-9. But it's not a big bet.
Raise. 8,000.
Nope, never mind. Sammy's raising. He threw up his arm in frustration there, or apparent frustration. But he makes the thin raise on the river and gets paid off. Some interesting sizings there. And an interesting decision to raise small there on the river by Sammy.
You're not scared of king queen. How can you not scared of king queen?
He raised only my fault.
Well played river there by him.
Point you for.
He was value bluffing.
Yeah.
Wasn't quite sure.
That's why you want to check if your hand is good by raising.
Are you guys doing bombs on the collection? No? They're playing normal? Okay.
We gotta convince him to stay 6 more months. He's leaving in a month. He's leaving in 1 month.
How much you want, Sammy? How much a week to pay you to stay?
Pay for your rent.
Whatever you need.
James, your status?
Meals, travel. I got it all for you.
Simba, you didn't even give a month? No way, you can't go back.
You give him rent, I'll give him Uber. Every day.
Yeah, I give him a room and then you give him Uber.
lunch.
I give him a room and then you give him Uber.
Garrett is gonna clean a room for you in his house.
I can stay from there.
We're covering you.
Play
No,
better.
Sammy, I give you the entire house.
Jokes like that never go. From the moment it's like everything. Jokes about people staying together are so funny.
Very light raise here from JD. Gets called by the accountant. Keeps firing on the flop. And the accountant doesn't have much and lets it go.
Was 145?
This is Charlie Wilmoth here with you tonight on Live at the Bike. Believe I'll be with you until 9 p.m. Pacific for this 50-50-100 game.
Gotta be why. Pretty good reason.
Cover your blinds for a month.
Is there a flight going back to Indonesia? I don't think there's a flight going back to Indonesia.
What?
Yeah, flight.
Sammy, you're the straddle.
So you can fly back? Like, we fly back for what? There's nothing there right now.
That one is good. No.
I don't know why you're flying back. There's no game there.
Lido, Marty, what's going on? Good to see you in the chat. Thanks for the kind words.
He 1-1. You need to put your blinder.
Okay, 1 second.
25.
I don't know if that was a live read, but that's pretty epic if it was.
What's that?
He's got to go and take a call, just raise him, so okay, never mind, I gotta go.
Oh, no.
That would be epic.
Garrett,
I mean, yeah,
Right?
definitely.
Yeah, that was smooth. That was
I
smooth.
just knew.
I think it's
James, what are you saying?
If I ever get one
Andy,
to the
Gall,
connection-
Garrett, James.
Okay, if
Up.
I ever get one to the connection,
Good amount
and
tonight.
above Jack, I'm all in.
JD down 30,000. Subscribe to our website, liveatthebike.com, $19.99 a month, or $199 a year. Get access to our archives.
Yeah.
Also subscribe to our YouTube channel. We've got the last couple of high-stakes games
Couple of what?
we've had here on Live at the Bike up in their entirety
A blind?
on
Oh.
the Live at the Bike YouTube channel, available for free.
what does he have to do?
Stay.
Center his bank.
That's what you get when you're the bull, man. Everybody always coming for the bull.
Yeah.
I thought you straddled this. I was straddling this.
Right.
I just got here.
Button needs to move.
Alright.
Here we go. Straddle here.
Sammy is not leaving, he's just kidding. He's definitely not leaving. Unless you get him bankrupt. So don't bust him.
Is it a race or no? It's a call.
Golden straddle. That's a race.
Couple limps, or completes rather, from the blinds. Sammy puts in the raise with ace-king.
Yeah.
That's a process, which it is. It's really actually a good description. Getting bankrupt.
Savage just calls. Doesn't have a ton behind.
Sammy, I just want to remind you.
Yeah.
I have 5-5 today. So don't do anything stupid, okay?
Oh no.
Queen 8-8.
You hit
The
it.
accountant would have fought the full house.
Ace King is not good.
1100.
You don't have a pair yet.
You forgot this?
Yes.
Forgot this, right?
You forget this good or this ball?
I forgot three. Okay.
She tells Sammy her hand and calls anyway.
I mean, you know, Ace King, you don't have a pair yet. Wait.
That's all.
And she's going to shove on the turn.
One card, 500.
No.
Oh yeah, I remember
Change
that.
that to a king, then I'll buy your card.
What is
And
that?
Sammy lets it go.
I thought Ace King not
That's it.
good.
You guys both knew each other.
Yes, we know each other's hand so good. Ace King no good, you don't even have a pair.
That's even crazy.
That's one of my favorite hands in a while.
That was actually worth it. Every other hand is taken 3 times too long, but that one was worth it.
I'm ahead of you, we pocket do this.
Yeah, you're right. Actually not, I can hit the 8, I can hit the 5.
5, queen,
King,
ace,
ace.
queen.
No more
50,
drawing.
one more.
That's why I all in, no more drawing.
I forgot to see the river. I should have seen the river.
I forgot.
Then it's gonna kill me.
Alright, 200.
Ace King.
Call from the accountant on the button.
200 straight up.
That's the straddle's going to okay.
Savage completes. Andy checks.
3 players. 300.
Andy, no equity at all, but certainly does make sense that he could have a 5 here. He'll often fire once and then stop in spots like this when he's doing things like this with no equity. And that's what he does this time. And Savage is going to bluff here. I think saying she has a 10.
1200.
And it's going to work because she had the best hand anyway.
So line would be good.
It's kind of hot here. You guys feel hot?
Yep.
Just a bit. 300.
Garrett raises it up very light. Four players call.
5 players.
Queen 10-8, so an open-ender for the accountant. Middle pair and a gutter for Savage. It checks through, and now the accountant picks up a flush draw.
500.
JD stabs this. The accountant calls, and I think if that graphic is accurate, and it looks like it might be,
3 players.
I think I would just prefer a shove there. But what do I know? The accountant makes the nuts on the river. JD continues firing.
2000.
You're good.
And the accountant ships it in. JD's going to have to fold, getting
All in for 10.
something like 25 to 1 on a call.
You want some help with your thing?
Yeah, that'd be great.
It's gonna be 250.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
150.
We're excited, super excited.
JD's family makes a hot sauce called Habo
Is it hot?
that I think these players are tasting.
Good, right?
Race from Andy. Ace, Jack, Deuce, all diamonds. Andy puts in the small C-bet, and Gall lets it go.
300. That's all.
Ay.
Seeing lots of these 4 and 5-way pots tonight.
Yeah, because these are here it's folded. Yeah, it's 300.
Rebate.
Good. Players.
The nuts for James. And a lower flush for Savage.
400.
This could be a pretty brutal spot for her. Sammy has a 9 and bets.
1200.
Savage puts in the raise. Excuse me, James bet. Sammy called and Savage raised.
I just need to get Sammy out of the hand.
Oh, James folded all the time. Last time James folded all the time.
James just
He's
calls.
not holding a flush.
That's up.
Brick on the turn.
2,000.
James, you want to buy one car?
2,000 here from Savage.
Do I want to buy one from you
Yeah.
for 100?
No, 1,000.
This is a tricky spot to play out of position. He's just going to raise now,
Raise.
which I think is fine with the nuts. Awkward spot now for Savage. She can beat a few flushes, but not very many. 7-6 of hearts, 6-5 of hearts, 7-5 of hearts, 5-3 of hearts. Those are all hands that James can have, but he can also have all the other flushes that are better than her 10 high flush. Maybe he does turn up with a set sometimes that he would play like this. But I think she's sort of right in the middle. She is going to ship here, which is certainly understandable.
Is it a little more? Okay.
There's no reason to get a count here, I don't think.
1850 more.
It's up to you, Savage. Once or twice, doesn't matter.
I mean, you do have a flush. I,
I
mean,
do
one,
have a flush.
Yeah, one time I think it's fine. You
Oh,
probably
okay.
are ahead.
Okay.
One side.
Straight flush draw from the 5-6 half of hearts. 5-7 of hearts.
And James is going to take this one down. So stacks Savage
You have outs? You have
with
one
the
out.
unfortunate
I don't think I'll
flush over
have a
flush.
Heart too. You didn't fold a jack of hearts, yeah.
Oh, there's no out. Ace 6.
Yeah.
Hearts, yeah.
What's up? Thank you, Rusty. Alright, how are we doing this question? Pot? Almost?
One pot, right?
Missionary pot.
Next time, bump pot. Every other time.
Pot, is that what you said? Missionary pot.
Every other time.
100, 100. How much?
10,000.
10,000 placed behind the Savage.
Sounds like she's going to buy back in for 10K. The accountant limps. Andy picks up pocket queens. Puts in the raise. The accountant calls. He's already put in almost 10% of his chips. he flops the nuts. So ace-6 suited.
Oh, I thought you were
Magic
on the
tonight.
My bad. Oh, I fucked that one up. Fuck.
This is the accountant hoping for an Oscar nomination here. Andy checks it over. And the alarm bell should be going off for Andy after the way the accountant was acting on the flop. His hand might just be a little bit too good though, and he's getting a good price. He comes along. And a 4th spade on the turn makes the decision easy for Andy, who lets it go.
Yep.
That's pretty good Hollywood.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god. Everything that's happening today is so fucking funny. Yup.
I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, this is good.
Jack 3-5 in that order.
This is good.
Third time in a row.
That was actually the. Do you have a flush, Andy?
Not flush. You have ace of spades.
Gonna have a T-shirt for you.
Donkey? Or what?
No. You got some great lines.
That is for
Right,
sure.
it's 300.
I honestly thought he was on the button. I was upset that I caught it there.
Racer from Gall.
Yeah, but it was after that when you were what to do about the call.
Takes it down pre-flop.
I don't think the king was a good card reading.
What are you trying to negotiate with Sam?
Yes, 10,000.
10 times.
400.
Pocket 10s for Savage. Garrett has not had a ton of hands today. He's going to call on the button, Queen 10 suited. He flops an open ender.
More wine, anybody?
Checks it back. Interesting.
Savage?
I haven't finished yet. I will.
She's checked it twice here.
Pablo sauce is fantastic.
Thank you.
And
Isn't it good?
Yeah, and it's like not too hot and it's pleasant.
Yeah.
Really good.
Garrett doesn't bluff. I think he might have had to fire twice to win that one, but I think it was quite winnable.
Sweet and spicy or something like that.
I would expect Savage to c-bet that board quite a bit. And to be pretty weak when she doesn't.
All right. Isaac, can I double please?
I'm gonna pass them.
But you're okay with it?
I have no objections.
Okay, good. That's what I need. There you go. There's a pre-tip
What is that?
with a double.
Keeps him in smart.
Right?
Usually works.
Yeah, you gotta ask the universe sometimes for some help.
Well,
300.
all you have to do is complain a lot and it works.
Sometimes.
Garrett with a raise with ace jack.
Going over.
Usually complaining works.
All right, I'm gonna go into complaint mode.
Yeah.
So you want to talk to HR?
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to turn in a suggestion in the suggestion box.
It's a couple calls. Top pair for Garrett.
I'm sorry, my
Flush draw and a gutter for James.
Check.
check.
500.
All right. All right.
You know, when he puts it over there, I'm thinking here, my
All good. All good.
James just calls. Very safe card for Garrett here on the turn.
No hard kill.
15.
He fires again. And another call from James, who misses on the river. Now does Garrett go for value here, hoping that James has a worse ace? It's a tough spot to wring much out of a worse hand. But if there's anyone who might try, it's Garrett. James, of course, can have a lot of King X here. King Queen, King Jack. He does check, understandably, I think, and we'll take this one down.
Oh, there's no queen.
Floor, can we get the air further in here? It's really hot in here.
Last straddle 200.
Sounds like another round.
Cards where they're supposed to be. That's the box you're supposed to put. It looks a little bit awkward right now, but the sensors are built for nine-handed play. So you're always putting your cards off a little bit to the left or to the right, especially the closer you get to the middle of the table. Race here from Garrett, couple calls. He bets. No one else has a whole lot. He calls though. Picks up a gutter here. Of course, we can see that it would be no good. But maybe the accountant has some sort of plan here. Unfortunately for him, I don't see many scenarios where Garrett folds this hand. He checks. And now I think Garrett can very comfortably go for value. Huh. Interesting. Well, I mean, so the accountant bet? I'm pretty surprised to see Garrett check the river. It's almost like he can see the accountant's cards. And now, okay, so now he was checking to check shove, hoping that the accountant would bet a 9 so that he could then shove and try to take the entire stack. As it stood, the accountant just had queen high, which Garrett was probably not thinking he had. And either way with the check, Garrett gets the maximum. Interesting river decision there on Garrett's part. I think he's thinking that the accountant has a hand like 10-9 or pocket sevens or something like that. That will value bet the river, and then Garrett can then try to get it all. Raise here from Garrett.
600.
Ace 6 suited has flopped flushes twice tonight. And it looks like Garrett took it down pre-flop. Couple calls here, including James with pocket eights.
2,000.
Garrett puts in the raise with ace jack. James calls, and they'll go heads up here.
Heads up. Good board for James's range, and Garrett checks it over. James makes the straight on the turn. 1,000.
James bets really small. And induces a raise from Garrett. I think maybe Garrett felt that James was trying to block the river with this very small bet. But James had straight.
I have nothing.
And James checks it back. He's still going to win a $17,000 pot.
Yes. Can I get a pan of water?
Two please. Change.
How much? It's 250, right?
Thank you very much.
Alright, you get a straddle out of me. I've had so many bad hands, this might be a really good one.
Yeah, are you done with these?
Good timing.
Are you done with these?
Yeah, I'm done.
You can take this.
Can I get close one? Yeah, those are very cool. Two panel? Two panel? One. One and then one panel.
Did I take 50 or no?
No, 250.
Is?
There it is. 1,000.
So it looks like the straddle is on. The accountant just calls. Gall wakes up with aces. Garrett calls, JD calls, and now the accountant moves all in. And it's unfortunate for him that Gall has a monster here. James does let King 10 suited go.
6,300.
Water?
Regular.
Oh, okay.
$63.50 total.
And I think
10 seconds.
probably, I was going to say, yeah, calling is the play.
Twice? Sure.
Because you want to give JD the chance
Run
to
it twice, okay?
put his money in a bit lighter. Doesn't matter given his actual hand, though. They're going to run this twice, I think. And Gall is going to win the first board.
Queen, king.
And the second board as well.
Oh,
So a $15,000 pot heads over to Gall.
I had another ace.
Picks up pocket aces at the right time.
Lock it up.
Got it.
Did I get aces? The only hand that is gonna walk
Wes
all
Moran,
day.
I've never played with Gall. Don't know a lot about his background.
Only hand that's gonna walk all day. Alright, but here it goes. This is the first of the double-double.
The straddle is still on, which I do believe it is. James, you are the straddle. $6.50.
Race here from Andy.
Three players.
Calls from both JD and James. Andy fires the flop with the backdoor nut flush draw. JD calls.
What's up?
Pair now for Andy. He may now try to get this to showdown. Bet from JD and Andy lets it go.
Alright, 50-50, one more. Just go, Sammy. James, the way I counted it down for you when it got to 10 seconds,
Yeah.
is that acceptable, or would you prefer?
Yeah,
to
that's
go
good.
on?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's good.
I can't ever tell if that's helpful or condescending, so I figured it out.
Appreciate it.
You wanna buy some time chips? I'll sell it.
How much?
I'll ask you.
Andy should give me.
I'll ask you when you're in the head.
I give you for free.
Oh, okay, like Savage did?
I
Okay.
give you for free.
Okay.
I told you to apply online.
I thought Savage never meets Stuntman. She needed
Yeah,
one.
I mean, the last time I was thinking about something else. That's why I run out
I
of
say it
time.
was the first time I've ever seen Savage use a Spanish.
No, because I was thinking
Yeah,
about
I
something
figured
else
something
after,
else
that's why.
There's something else to go on. 800.
So how much to me?
I mean, I
Race
was
here
about
from
to
Garrett.
hold the hand, but I was not yet. I want to gamble. Hopefully James has something less than that. But I know James definitely don't. Like that, James definitely have enough lunch. I already see it in my mind, but I was like, okay, fucking I'm calling. Just,
James
Did you
calls.
flop it too?
yeah, I love it. But I mean, I'm like very close to folding, but I just think about,
I know you
So
are.
hard to fold this.
C-bet from Garrett.
Oh, Urkel.
Not a
I
lot
would
there from
definitely fold
James, who
again.
lets it go.
I just call.
I just hope James had like 4 high flush or something.
Fold.
4 high flush.
I call fold. That's all I do.
I think you're doing just fine.
You have more
Can you
time?
beat the
You
6
know what,
high
I'm
flush?
According to my time.
I can
just
beat a
fine.
9 high flush. I got Queen high flush.
Is it really?
Yeah.
It's funny, if you're ever losing to somebody, your tally's always way spot on. And somebody's winning, like, I think I'm ahead.
Let me double check with production, but I'm pretty sure. Are we playing hard and fast with the 10K
This is
buy-in, or-
Charlie Wilmoth here with you tonight
or Tuesday?
until about, I'm told, 9:05 Pacific. Make sure to hit that
Yeah,
like
you
or
can
thumbs
do
up,
one-
and
one
make sure to
short
tune in
after
tomorrow
each
also
fold.
for an even higher stakes game featuring Maria Ho
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Bill Klein.
So I'm okay? Or yes?
Hold on.
What are you trying to do, Nick? How much?
Buy
short.
2K.
Buy short.
2 is kind of silly, don't you think?
I do. I just, yeah.
Go in.
I'd have to. I can do 5 probably. Let me do 5.
I think since the last one was short, that this one has to be full. Is the way.
So how short you can be? 5,000?
No, I think last time he did less than 10,000, so I think.
He's not
this
even
time
in the hand, right?
He's not in the hand right now.
Yeah.
It's not an issue at the moment.
Got it. Okay.
So a raise here from Gall.
500? Yeah.
Garrett calls the button.
You want to go for me?
Yeah, just give me a piece.
Yeah, no worries.
There's something, there's something,
Right foot.
there's something.
Oh,
No, no.
5 ways to this flop. Queen's still ahead. JD has top pair. Middle pair for Sammy. Gutter for Garrett.
$4,000.
Sammy gets out of the way. Gall puts in a small raise,
Raise the line.
trying to get it in here against JD, who obliges. And it's a 21K pot here. Excuse me, a 31K pot here.
Ah, I hate to pay.
And JD gets there on the river, or on the turn.
You know
Oh,
Hunter,
good. I
right?
think
Can you're
oh, yes, aces probably. Queens.
So big double up from JD,
Or 6.
who gets lucky against Gall's overpair.
Bring enough cash.
Nick, if you want to play with that, go for it. I don't think anybody cares. Whichever you prefer.
yeah, you can
I don't
play
care.
with
If
that.
the whole table
you're
agrees,
good.
then it's
Okay,
fine.
Everybody's, I mean, I'll play,
Yeah,
yeah.
let me double check with production.
Just do what you prefer, but I don't think anybody cares.
Say that again, I can't hear
no,
you.
you're good.
Alright.
Okay, yeah, if everybody's fine with it, we're fine.
Yeah, I just, yeah.
Wasn't in it.
Brought in like,
Yeah, yeah. Okay, cool.
yeah.
What's an issue?
Yeah.
well, I appreciate it.
I was thinking about Garrett's hand. King 8, King 8.
King
Oh,
eight, you
shit,
will
but
lose all your
I'm
money,
okay.
right?
I will lose all my money. King 8.
Give me a minute, I'm gonna add more. I just couldn't
No,
get
can you even go all in on the flop? That's why you don't use it.
Of course I fold.
You go on the flop.
12, 13, 14, 14, 250.
I will get in trouble if
14
there's
to 50.
nobody else. I will call one time.
still don't understand why I called the last hand. I still don't understand why I called the last hand. Yeah, but like, I know I am bid for sure.
Looks like the accountant is going to come back in. We'll see for how much.
Alright, so 50, 50, 1, 1, 2.
Oh,
You started, right?
I guess, yeah.
Oh, my bad, yeah, I wasn't meaning to.
He's getting some more.
I don't get it.
He's getting some more.
Okay.
Obviously, you guys want to keep it, so
You're 100, 100.
unless you want to keep it.
I'll do whatever.
I don't know, I mean,
You
is
want to
everybody
do
okay
round?
with another round?
I'm in.
I'm fine.
Alright.
Looks like we'll have a round of
But
$200
just in case
straddles.
If I go out for a smoke, I'll do the, on the next round, it's fine, right?
Yeah, sure.
Four ways to the flop here. Pocket eight's the best hand, but a spot where it's pretty hard to realize. And Gall bet the flop with a deuce and made trips on the river, and now Savage sort of floated out of position with some backdoors on the flop and is going to make a play at this turn. Gall raises and she lets it go.
So yeah, he would have taken a miss though. So. Sorry, bud.
This one is not as good as the hero. The hero is the best.
Ante?
James and Andy, the big winners so far.
We're all good to me.
JD and Savage down the most.
I regret it. I have like two in my back, but I haven't touched them. Yeah, but there's like two of them that are like different, like the texture, like the way they make it is like different. And it's like it looks the same.
Feng Weiwei on Twitch asks if Garrett has his whole bankroll on the table. I don't know for sure, but I'm going to say no. Raise from Garrett, call from James, which brings in Savage and Andy as well. James with top pair, middle pair for Garrett, top pair also for Savage. About 40% pot from James. Savage calls. And Garrett can improve in a bunch of different ways on the turn. He's going to come along as well. Picks up a flush draw, although it does pair the board.
2000.
James continues firing. Pretty small sizing though. Nice fold by Savage.
$10,000.
And Garrett's going to go for the raise, telling James he has something like ace-4 suited. The check called the flop, and has now made a good hand on the turn. James calls. Got a 26K pot brewing here. And that's a very bad card for Garrett. Because it's going to be really hard to get James to fold a queen here now. On a card like a 6, he might have had a shot, but not on this one, I don't think.
Queen.
He does check, and James is going to win this one.
I have a queen too. I didn't know the river is a ball.
Take it.
The best in Europe.
Yeah, I just like.
Is that the end of the shot round, or are you guys keeping it going?
I would have wired more in.
New round.
New round?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
How
We
much?
count back at the table now.
1, 2, 3, 3.
6 total.
6, right?
Yep.
Yeah, 6. Right. Yeah, you go better on the total south, 80 raise. Yeah, 6K places.
Raise from JD. Andy calls. Interesting flop. Bottom 2 for JD. The nut flush draw and a gutter for Andy.
15.
JD bets big. Andy calls and makes the flush on the turn. Wonder if he might lead at this. Seems like a card that JD is going to check back a lot. Andy does lead. I like that a lot. JD calls. And a 4th spade out there. Andy knows that other than straight flushes, the best hand JD can have is the queen of spades. He bets 10,000.
Oh man. I gotta call.
And JD pays it off. So a $32,000 pot heading over to Andy Stacks.
That's a stupid spade.
That kills me more. You give
200
them
more?
all the money.
I know, right?
It kills me more than the pot.
You make me feel that my flush four is not that bad.
Wasn't even upset about the pot.
Nice.
Was it?
Probably not.
All right,
Suited ace for Gall. Andy calls. JD puts in the 3-bet with ace-5 suited, and I like the idea, but I think he could maybe go a little bit bigger to get some folds. He does manage to put both Gall and Andy in somewhat of an awkward spot, though, given that JD only has about 13,000 behind. And now I think, oh, I was going to say, I was thinking Andy almost has to call because Gall has, he's 60,000 effective with Gall, but he lets it go. Queen, queen, 8, nothing there for anybody, and they both check. And still not much happening here, and they're going to chop this one up.
Chicken. You would have won, right?
No, I wouldn't chop it again.
You had an ace.
Remember to hit that like, thumbs up button, and to tune in tomorrow for an even bigger game. 100, 100, 200. Maria Ho will be here. Bill Klein will be here. So 2 straight nights of really big games on Live at the Bike. Gall raises it. Garrett 3-bets. And takes it down.
James, you're the straddle. Take one of those back towards you.
Oh, am I?
There you go. Yep.
Andy will be in the game tomorrow as well, I'm told. So Maria Ho, Andy, and Bill Klein. Playing a game that will be even bigger than this one.
Thank you. Seven.
So Gall with a raise over Savage's limp. Andy puts in the 3-bet. And Gall calls.
Heads up.
Queen 10-8, all spades. Andy checks it back. Just a gutter for Gall. Call from Andy. And Jack of Spades on the river. Interesting card because you would think that Andy would often bet the flop with the Ace of Spades in his hand. And it would be pretty reasonable for Gall to turn up with a hand here that has the Ace of Spades in it. Or the Nine of Spades. Pretty miserable river card for Andy, and he lets it go. Wes Moran says, always thumbs up when Charlie is commentating. Thank you, Wes. This is Charlie Wilmoth here with you for about another 2 hours. So we continue to play some high stakes, no limit. Doug Peters, thank you very much. It's hard to interact with the chat as much in these high stakes games as I usually do in the Ante game, both because I don't want to cover up the table talk too much and because there's so much chat to interact with, the messages fly by so fast, but I appreciate you all being here in both the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat tonight. Gall and Sammy with top pair. And Gall's kicker does play, so far at least.
Sorry?
Around 30.
Albania Marty says, has Andy said one word all night? Yes, he has. I sort of sympathize with him. People think he's silent at the table. I've played with him a little bit, and he actually is not. He's just soft-spoken, which I also am. I also talk at the table, and it doesn't get picked up by the microphones very much when I'm on the stream. But yes, he does talk. Not a lot, but he does. Bradley Little, thank you for the donation. Gall putting in the second value bet here. Queen 6. Does get called by worse, and Gall's kicker still good here. Gall checks it back, which makes sense, and he's going to win a 10K pot.
Chop. Ayah.
I wasn't sure if I was good on the river or not.
I might call it first.
I was thinking about it.
What, queen 3?
Queen 3.
Queen 3?
300. Oh, a little bit more.
Good problem.
Gall with pocket nines.
Fine. Take it.
Sammy with ace king.
17.
17.
Re-raises. Gall calls. He doesn't know this, of course, but both his nines are dead. Gets a good flop, though.
Anyone?
21.
Sorry, how much you play behind total? Sorry. I thought you said 30.
Yeah, but
Wait,
30. He said 30.
I lost.
30. No, I thought you said 13.
No, 30.
30.
No, last time he said
Now it's
30.
25. 20.
Sorry. So you see, that's why I always want to
24.
see it. Okay, thank you, thank you. Good thing I asked.
So Sammy bets, Gall calls.
Is it?
Yeah, 21.
Queen on the turn. And Sammy ran a big bluff on Maria Ho a couple weeks ago in a spot very similar to this one, or somewhat similar to this one, and got Maria to fold pocket tens, but he does not go for it here against Gall,
Ace king again. 7.
and he's forced to fold
Take it.
as Gall bets the river.
This volume must be this.
There's a video of that hand between Maria and Sammy with interviews with both of them available on our YouTube page.
Strawley's done, right?
Encore in the chat. What's going on? Nice to hear from you.
400. Sorry.
And yeah, maybe I'll see you in the 5-5-50 game.
400 more.
Yeah.
The accountant takes this one down.
No, I'm the big one.
Yeah, you're good.
I thought you said.
Three.
Raise from JD. James comes along on the button with Jack 5 suited. Couple calls from the blinds as well. 9-3 deuce on the flop. Savage with top pair.
7. All in.
She shoves. And not much choice for these other players, I don't think. She's going to get this one through.
You got it, right? Take it.
Raise from JD, 3-bet from the accountant with 8-7 offsuit. Call from JD, who flops top pair. Gutter for the accountant. Checks it back. Ace on the turn. Be interesting to see if accountant represents this, but he does not. And makes a straight on the river. Which seems so wildly unlikely. He's probably going to be able to shove here. And JD is probably going to be pretty confused once he does. He goes for the smaller raise.
2,000.
And gets snap called. Yeah, he called, yep. And the accountant's going to win a $6,100 pot after 3-betting with 8-7 offsuit, checking both the flop and the turn, and getting there on the river.
You guys don't make it easy. Heading in the right direction.
Raise from JD here.
Great.
Three calls. Open ender here for James. Gutter for Gall. And now a flush draw for Garrett to go along with a gutter of his own. And Garrett could certainly have a real hand here. Most likely a jack. Brick on the river. And Garrett does check back. I was going to say there's so many draws that whiffed that it doesn't look like a great bluff spot. And Garrett does give up, and Gall's going to win this pot with ace high.
Straddling or no?
Call from James, raise from Gall. Ace queen for Garrett. After Andy puts in the 3-bet. That can't be right.
What was it? It was 15. 3 and then 15.
Yeah, there we go. So Garrett put in the 3-bet. Gall calls. 7-5-3 flop.
15.
Garrett bets. Gall calls again. King on the turn. Pretty good card for Garrett to continue firing if he wants to. The only player in this hand who's likely to have kings, aces, ace, king. So Garrett does fire again. I think now Gall has one of the better hands he can turn up with. He can certainly have some sets. Wow, he folds the queens. And pretty quickly too. And Garrett's double barrel gets through.
So nice. Oh, okay.
I wasn't watching the action.
It worked out nice.
Here, you think? Here?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, yeah, I was in the button. I opened the garbage in the bottom.
How do you fold the turn? How do you fold the turn on that board? You have to have something huge, right?
Yeah.
You should just fold the 7-6, no problem.
No, I had a real hand.
Oh, I get it.
Great.
Sammy with the raise with ace king. Savage in there. James as well. James flops a straight. Wow. Savage looks like she's going to bluff at this. No equity whatsoever. And I think if you're James, you can put in the raise. There's so much. So many two-pair type hands that Savage can have, or pair plus draw. He does just call though, and that's going to bring Sammy along. Ten pairs the board, and Savage quickly checks back.
Good, bro. Nicely done.
And James is going to value bet here. It's a pretty big bet, which seems fine given the strength of his hand, but both his opponents quickly fold.
Super quiet game.
Yeah.
It's just so much. It's cool. Yeah, no, I don't mind it. That's like how it goes, like when there's just so much blood, right? Like way quieter.
Okay, blood is good, otherwise there's no game.
Fuck yeah, man. I'm not complaining. I love the blood. I've been a part of the blood, mostly. No problem.
Same?
Yeah.
Race here from Gall. Couple of calls. King 8-4 on the flop.
Go ahead.
And it checks around. Gall does pick up a gutter here on the turn, as do the other players. The accountant puts a bluff out there. And neither player has a pair here on the river. accountant fires again.
I love it.
About half pot. And Gall pays it off with ace high, or rather makes the hero call with ace high.
He's high.
He's high, it's good.
And he's going to win. I did not see that coming. I thought maybe Gall was thinking about somehow putting in a raise.
He's loose, chop, chop.
Because although the accountant did look pretty weak,
Nice call.
there, Gall's hand, I thought, was just not good enough to call off with. But Gall disagrees, and he's right. Ace high. Taking it down.
She surprises with a new strategy round, bro.
Nice call.
That wouldn't be a surprise.
Good man.
Start around again, starting with that.
I guess it was a weak bet last time, though. When you had the deuces.
Oh, against the other kid?
You got a white tip up there?
I get change, please. Sorry.
Sure.
I'm a beast. I called it as father, but I remember like 15 years ago. I said,
This is Charlie Wilmoth on the mic here tonight.
someone told me, like,
Third Walking on Twitter, THIRD Walking.
like just like that.
Find a link to my podcast, Third Man Walking. There on my Twitter page, as we see Savage flopping a set with the 7-3 off.
I don't know anything. I gotta figure out something, or else it's all going away.
She min bets, and they both call.
100 all call, all in. What is top the
All in.
100 all call, now all in?
Yeah, I don't get the all in.
And now she jams.
100 all call, so that's why all in. Like,
But
what-
100 you can make
It's
back
gonna like
roll.
5x pot.
You can make, you know,
No, like,
odds.
I mean, like, you $100 you call, like, all in, I mean, you gotta fold.
Correct.
She's right. I mean, it's very hard for either of them to have a hand that can call here.
Yeah.
I think her maybe objective could be how to get value from her straight, not to force them to fold, but she does at least deny equity this way.
That'd also be great. Where to head? I'm gonna go all in here. You have to fold everything, okay, Andy? You
Yeah,
have to fold
100 call,
everything, okay?
call.
So I'm all in. I fold.
You know what it has.
See how much money you can do. 100 call, all in, call.
So the air is good or no?
Oh, his chips is.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
His chips. So they get like a lot of chips.
Oh, yeah.
So we're going until
Put it down earlier.
9 o'clock Pacific, or to be more precise, about 9:05, I'm told, tonight.
Oh, do whatever you want.
Most of our streams end at 8 o'clock, but the high stakes games like this one usually end at 9, so after 5 hours.
Yeah, preferably before watching people ask.
His chips.
Raise to 9 from the we raise to 23.
Raise from the accountant, runs it into Andy's aces. The accountant calls, and he's going to have less than pot behind here on the on the flop. And Andy could just ship it in here, or could check it over, knowing that his aces are way ahead or way behind here. He does check.
Go ahead.
Does the same on the turn. And I think now he's going to have to rip it in. He does, effectively. And the accountant with no pair here. considering making a hero call of his own.
Even if you have a small pair, I can beat it. So.
He does finally let it go.
Jack B.
When orient people you win. Sammy did that all the time. Ace queen, like 4 bet, 5 bet.
Raise from Savage. Garrett defends. Ace 7-6. Looks like Savage is going to c-bet here. Garrett does have a gutter. Not much else going for him. And he folds.
You win.
If he call, you go.
No, I bet he all in, I fold.
No, I know, but if he call, bet.
I-
On the turn you go
Yeah, I
in.
probably go all in.
Yeah.
Two on the turn, you go all in.
2 on the turn.
I don't care what on the turn. Like if I bet 600, I have to go all in on the turn.
Bunch of different
But if
stacks
you
out
go
there
on the
tonight.
spot, I fold.
The Accountant and Savage. Very short, but Garrett,
Do anything right today.
James, Andy, Gall, all very, very
I
deep.
fold faster than Sammy.
The Accountant limps this. Could be going for the limp re-raise. We saw him do that earlier with Jacks. But not sure what happened there. It looks like somebody did maybe put in a raise and the Accountant put in a 3-bet. In any case, he takes it down.
Alright, everybody take it. Middle of the shuttle round, JD has this one.
This collection right now or no?
We'll be in about 20 minutes.
See James, Andy, and Gall, the big winners so far today. JD, the Accountant, and Savage all having rougher days. James up despite losing that very rough and unlucky pot to Andy, where he had aces and Andy had kings and flopped top set.
Wait, it's 500?
James got into a very tough spot on the river and was able to find a very nice fold. That's been the most noteworthy hand of the night. Three ways to a flop here. Open ender for James. Double gutter for Gall. No change on the Turner River, and the accountant's fours. Still the best hand here.
Fours.
He's going to take this one down.
Win.
Wow,
Take it.
that's a,
Brandon Koken, I'm not really sure what you're talking about. We are live.
What am I supposed to do? Bet here? You're gonna fold? You're probably not folding anything.
No.
If you are watching this on August 26th,
What am I gonna do?
what got so many.
Of course I'm not folding. You don't understand.
Brandon, yes, there is always a delay.
Check. Check again.
You said it was an old stream, which is wrong. Sammy with the boat here. He's going to take down a small one.
Put out a 300.
It's gonna be a little bit after
Tristan says, great game tonight and awesome announcing. Please shout out to Drew. What's up, Drew?
It's your show, then, Jeff?
You're hoping I said yes.
Yeah.
I know.
He said yes for sure we'll get it, but you say no, I'm not getting it. Sometimes I just get it on myself. Today, I don't know.
Steve, I know very little about Savage. I've played with her once. Don't know much about her.
Shomer Shabbos.
Shomer Shabbos.
We draw for seats on Live at the Bike at the beginning of the night. So the seats are random. Sometimes there will be a player who requests a certain seat and then everybody else will draw around them. But the order of the players is completely random.
$500.
$500.
Skull bets here. His middle pair takes it down.
I had one of those.
Damn, that's sick. Sick one.
All these guys.
King Fury, I don't really watch a lot of streams, to be totally honest with you. Besides Live at the Bike, I truly don't.
I didn't, but
Alright, JD's back, I think 5.
Do watch
You're the shuttle, Andy?
a lot of vlogs and shows and those kinds of things, but
Yeah,
almost never watch streams
It's not fair.
that's fucking dope.
other than Live at the Bike. So I guess that's my favorite. I guess JJ De La Garza is my favorite streamer.
So, are we posting the, hold on, before anything else happens, are we posting the straddle or no?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so, no, but he's posting. I'm saying, does he need to post the straddle or not? No, okay.
I'm just
So,
He's playing, I think, in the lower limit.
yeah.
Like,
Same
seen him with
thing,
his
same
wife.
so it's a home order call.
It's not locked in the system.
okay, it's to me.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What the fuck is he doing?
I don't know. I think she has an action. She has part of action.
Is he trying to like...
Gianluca, thanks for the donation.
No, I think she has part of his action. Too.
Oh, okay, yeah. Dude, I played crazy hands. And, you know, if you entice them, like.
You lose 5K, then come
Yeah,
back and
yeah,
put on.
yeah.
This is
Mr. Song. Remember that guy always holding the glasses like this, fixing his glasses?
Another guy I used to live with, Mr. Song. Yeah, we split like this studio together for a few years. Really?
No, I thought you had a friend who's also named Mr. Song. That's what I thought you were saying.
You thought I split a studio?
I don't fucking know. 100 years ago, what the fuck you did?
Going to be
Right, that's true. Okay.
You know, college, whatever.
Right, yeah.
Huh?
Let's do that. I'm talking about
Right, no,
Mr.
we're the
Song.
ones
The studio would be Mr. Song.
And his sister, obviously.
And his sister, obviously. I think it's the cousin.
Michael Fox says, "Who is JD?"
double.
He's played in the show a bunch over the past 6 weeks or so. I've played with him a little bit. I do know his family owns a hot sauce company called Habbo, which you maybe heard the other players talking about earlier tonight.
Oh, okay.
What do you end?
Put a straw with the upper hand.
Put 100 and I'll put 100 for my straw. I'm trying to negotiate.
So I put 100, you put one more 100?
Yeah, you already did. Yeah, good. Right here.
Just do a straddle?
That was a negotiation.
It's easy.
I'll bet $600.
600.
Fine.
For
Yeah.
Garrett to take
Is
everything.
it fun or what?
Me?
Yeah.
I'll have to wait until it gets to you to answer that question. Well, now I can't answer because all these
Oh,
other guys
because
are in
someone
there.
called.
Yeah.
Raise from Garrett.
Alright, now I'm committed.
Alright, just the 9 of us.
4 calls.
Smash the flop.
Garrett praying for a deuce here. And there it is. 6-4 deuce. Bottom set for Garrett. Right in the window.
800.
He bets a quarter pot here.
And Steve and Mo. Remember Steve, the Greek guy? And Mo, the Persian guy? They always like carry
How can you bet
And
a shark in his phone.
$9,000?
everyone folds. It's very tilting.
Wow.
9,000 in here?
Garrett hits a board he's really not supposed to hit. Doesn't get any action from any of his 4 opponents.
Yeah, 50, 1-1, and then if the shuttle still going, it's on you, Garrett.
Here's a fresh one, man.
Nice, thank you.
And how much did you add on for JD?
5.
You guys upstairs got that JD add on for 5,000 here? Okay, cool. So weird.
Well, the
Two
goal is double,
two
double,
conversations on 2 different planes. It's like I forget who I told what. Sterl's 2.
I'm going to go into tournament mode.
All in, all in, all in.
You kind of did. It worked one time with me.
Yeah. I agree, it was the worst call ever, but for me.
Limp pot here. Savage bets her top pair.
Could be good.
Gall picks up the nut flush draw. And a blocker to the nuts here on the turn. That's quite small. And Savage makes 2 pair on the river. And it goes check, check. I would have expected a somewhat bigger bet from Gall there on the turn.
If we're still doing it, it was straight up.
To force you know, a 10 or a queen or something
That's what the team wants.
to consider folding.
If this is a team, there's a lot of infighting that's going on. 700.
Surprised you don't hear that sound more.
The accountant takes this one down.
It's 1 and 100. Nick, you're the sell. No, Nick is the sell. JD, you're 1 and 1.
Yeah. Fits so well, huh?
Just never heard it. You could make it a thing.
I could make that. Like Sammy the Bull. I'm not that famous, but.
You're famous without anything else behind your name.
When you're really famous, they shorten your name. That's the name.
That is 1,000.
Gianluca, thank you for the donation. You can probably find some at the Broad. So a raise here from Gall. Andy just calls out of the small blind with queens.
I hate to ask. I have to see this for that. Sorry.
2,900.
No, how much?
And JD puts in the 3-bet. I'm not sure why Andy didn't go for the 3-bet himself, but it's going to work out quite well for him. It's a call
Started with 13.
from Gall. And does Andy now put in the 4-bet?
Right, it's 13.
He does. So 13,000. This line is so weird.
Alright, so hold on. Are you just calling or are you going all in?
I did not say all in, but
You
Call?
can do whatever you want.
oh, all in.
Okay.
And JD sticks it in. So Andy's going to be in a great spot here. Not only all in against a worse hand, but also with Gall's
You just donate
$3,000 almost dead in the middle.
2,000?
What's our
Donation.
Oh, I thought you
I
were
don't know, you wanna
investor.
go-
Very sneaky play by Andy.
That is in the hand.
You decide.
Let's do it twice.
How many think you
Let's do it twice.
They're doing it 2 times.
Ace king.
Andy takes the first one.
Ace king was.
And the second one, making top set there on the second board. So a $36,000 pot going to head over to Andy after he just calls Gall's raise and picks off
Top is ace jack.
That was what they said.
an aggressive play by JD behind him with ace-jack suited.
How many queens, Joe? Nice hand.
Do you win? At least one?
Of course not. I had a feeling.
But you still call anyway. If you
Yeah,
push first,
I couldn't hold myself.
if you push first, he would have fold.
No, it's not.
Chris is not that strong. It's easy go. If you go all in, it's easy go.
But I would never go away. That is shit.
What is ace king?
I don't know. I don't think he's folding if I go away. I think he's calling a little bit faster. Well,
Yep.
Please, yeah. Sure. 2000 right, have the channel.
50, 101, 2.
Steven, no, C-Date James there is not James Woods. James Woods is a figure you will see around LA Poker from time to time, but this is not him.
800.
Where is it?
depends on the situation.
Depende.
Easy game, Garrett.
Garrett takes this one down.
I have won a lot of blinds and lost a lot of pots over 10 big blinds.
Anything related to right?
8.
If you want to play on Live with the Bike, email Wayne at liveatthebike.com. Let him know about your poker background and what stakes you want to play. Raise here from Garrett. Couple calls. What a flop. Wow. So Garrett with top pair and a flush draw. JD
Is it my turn?
with the nuts straight and a flush draw.
1500. Call.
Just a call from JD.
1500 is the bet and the call.
And I think if he were deeper, I would prefer a raise, but I think from his stack depth, calling certainly seems fine.
What's up?
Brick on the turn.
$3,000.
3K,
Oh,
There's a one.
and JD ships.
one turn.
Garrett quickly calls. They run it once, and JD with the nuts will double up.
Now you can
So just after losing his stack to Andy,
Well, I haven't lost
There's
it.
no
he gets
chance
almost
that
all
you
that
can
money back.
Almost.
Flopping a straight plus
And you have a
plus a
flush
flush draw
what
against
can you do?
Garrett.
Can we do anything?
Bigger flush.
Like what?
seven comes
Pocket 4, pocket 5, pocket 6,
yeah, with 8, 9.
or ace king of clubs.
Ace king of clubs.
You could have a
Wes
seven.
says, Charlie, have you
It's
played
not
with
about
James
OSB.
Woods? Yes, a little bit.
So
I
everything
think he
is
mostly
OSB.
plays tournaments.
You could have a set and you could give up. They go all in on the turn.
Yeah, so that means on the river he don't waste it. But
Okay, that's for the next double.
it's easy to play when you form a straight.
It is not hard.
And a flush draw.
The hard
Flush
part is
back.
to get paid.
The hard part is to get paid, yeah.
Alright, collection pot. So, Andy, you get the 145 ready?
Savagery strong.
Wait, you really playing this guy or not?
I was being sarcastic. 'Cause the last 4 that I've dealt were all
Yeah,
Andy.
yeah, I know, I noticed.
Yeah.
Shadow, please give me pocket 8.
Yeah, that's right. Whoa, 4 hearts in the muck. 600.
So I put in 200, right?
You have 200 and 400 more to call.
Garrett with the nut flush draw here.
1,000. Garrett bet 1,000. JD called. That's it.
So Garrett bets. JD continues with a straight draw. Garrett checks now. My voice is breaking here a little bit.
2,500.
And faces a $2,500 bet from JD. Certainly not going to be folding. Might consider a raise here. Just a call. They both brick the river. And ace high is going to be good in a $9,600 pot.
Who, me? Yep. Oh, it's either me or you. Watching?
145.
Most of head is like 6 or 7 in a row. Huh? In a row, yeah, in a row. That's smaller games in Vegas, but still.
Full table? Full table?
Yeah.
Hard to do.
Yeah, very hard. It's like winning, not winning a lot.
We're still doing turtle and
Winning like a big jack.
Does anyone have a problem if we keep it on at this point?
Nope.
Cool. We're good.
Play 200 straddles the rest of the night, it would seem. Make sure to hit that like or thumbs up button. Helps us out a lot. Make sure to click subscribe as well.
600.
Raise from Garrett, a couple calls. Ace 10-7. A little something for everybody. Garrett checks back top pair. It will not be checking this time.
1,000.
Savage calls. And could Gall now be thinking that his middle pair is good? Yes, he calls as well. River bricks. $4,000 from Garrett. I think Savage should be able to find the fold here. Not only does she have Garrett to worry about, but she's got Gall behind her.
These chips changed.
She's got other ideas in mind.
Call.
She raises. That's almost an all-in.
More whites with them?
Oh, no, that's just a call, excuse me.
Okay, awesome.
Gall folds, and Garrett is going to win a 13K pot. His deceptive check on the flop might have gotten him a little bit of extra action there, as he's able to get in bets on both the turn and river and get called by a pretty weak hand.
Can you get a chip runner? Matt?
Yeah.
Can we get a chip runner? How much?
10.
So just adding on 10,000. So 10,000 plays by and state one everybody. Raise 1,000.
Kings for Gall. And no action.
Game's going to 6.
A little after, yeah.
Okay, great. I need some time.
Doesn't have to end then. We can keep.
What?
Right here. 900.
2,500.
Sorry about
25.
Okay.
And then she needs chips.
More important. No.
How much? 10.
Raise here from the accountant. It's a pretty big one. And that'll take it. Patagene asks if these players buying in for over 100K keep a balance at the casino. Absolutely. They're not walking in and out of here with that kind of money. Andrew, thank you very much. It's nice to hear. Garrett puts in the raise with 7-6 suited. JD calls. Ace in the window. JD raises, despite having sort of a middle of range type of hand, but Garrett doesn't have much and lets it go. Apologies for my voice, I can feel it failing here. I commentated last night too, so this is now 8 hours of talking and 28 hours, way more talking than I ever typically do. But I will be with you until 9, or a little bit after Pacific time. Gall with the pocket eights. Eric Hicks in the chat. What's going on? Wow, just a call from Andy with pocket tens, and just a call from James with jacks, and a 10 in the window for Andy. See if he can get some action here. So Andy has done some really sneaky passive things pre-flop. They've worked out well for him so far. Put in a sneaky just call with the kings against James's aces earlier and flopped a set. Then did the same with queens and induced a re-raise from JD just a bit ago. Flops a set here, but does not get any action, as neither of the other players in the hand, eights or jacks, had all that much going on that flop.
I thought we didn't have to post a straddle.
Well, now that it's on every hand.
We change it for forever.
All good.
JJ now in the chat as well. What's going on, JJ?
Then it's kind of subject to
Always nice to see live at the bike
on every hand.
regulars in the chat, like Eric Hicks. Call here from James. Savage comes along as well.
Yeah, she's playing 10K behind.
Yeah, she has 10K back. Where's 1,000?
Andy puts in a big raise with ace deuce suited. James comes along.
Oh. 1,000. 3 players.
And Andy flops the nuts. Not much out there for anybody else, however.
For you to play. So you have chips to play.
Yeah. Alright. And you check? Alright. Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay. 2,000.
It's annoying to play with no chips.
He bets
Oh,
and
sorry.
takes it down.
Especially if it's annoying to yield from your chips as well. Especially when it goes on for multiple hands.
And you have to calculate and you don't get the same effect when you
Yeah.
play either.
Yeah, it's weird.
The worst I've ever experienced was ELO with invisible chips behind for like a full lap. Felt like I was
So hard
juggling
to
numbers.
keep track.
It's like, last shot. James, I need 200 from you, boss. No, 200. Thank you very much. 500. $2,500.
So a raise from Gall. Garrett puts in the 3-bet. Ace queen. Gall just calls. Scott Garrett dominated. 6-5-3. Not a board that should get Garrett in all that much trouble. He checks. Jack on the turn. And Garrett checks back again. 5 on the river. Gall's ace king is good. And I think this is a hand you can try to take to showdown if you're Gall. You still do beat
1,500.
worse aces. He does check and induces a bet from Garrett. And I think in Garrett's case, you can also just win against weaker aces and check back, but he goes for the bet. Maybe somewhat for value, actually. And gets called by Gall's ace-king. I think Garrett might be specifically targeting worse ace-x there with that bet. Unfortunately, he ran into the one ace-x that is better. Gall raises. Andy just calls again with kings. And Andy has done stuff like this so many times tonight. Just a call. This is really surprising to see from Andy. Sure, he's got a good reason for it, though. Now Gall checks his flush draw. Andy's gonna bet. And Gall check raises. Interesting. Gall's gonna say he has trip eights here. And of course he has a way to get there, which he does on the turn. And now he checks his flush. So many decisions in this hand already have been so counterintuitive. Andy checks back pocket kings. Now the board double pairs. Andy's got to think his kings are good. Gall bets 5K. And if Andy does anything other than call here, I might just have to walk off into the desert and reconsider my commentary career.
10 seconds.
This whole hand has been so weird. He does find the call. There we go. And he's going to lose to Gall's flush. What a strange hand. First, Andy just flat calls pre-flop. Then Gall check raises the flop. Then he checks the turn after making the flush. And finally, played a river that made sense. Andy up 44K here tonight. James and Gall also up a significant amount.
Sammy, let's do this.
JD down 42K. Savage also down 25K. The accountant in that range as well.
Everybody's thinking, how the fuck did we get this stuck?
Eric, thank you. No, I commentate regularly.
Does it include Gal or
You know what?
Eric?
A plan is a plan.
So I got 80% of this stuff. This battle.
See our chip counts. Garrett with almost 200K down to the accountant with 7K.
$200. Got 8? Yes. 800.
Race here from Sammy, call from Gall. Talked a lot tonight about Andy's unconventional pre-flop decisions. I'm fully aware that he knows what the book says to do in a lot of these spots. I think he's probably thinking he sees a lot of these players a lot, because he plays on stream, they see his hands a lot, and there's some value, he thinks, in showing these people a different look, showing these people a different side of how Andy can play. So that next time he calls pre-flop and they're behind him, they're aware that he very much can have a premium hand.
I think it's one more piece. Oh, perfect.
Be with you here about another hour tonight. We'll be broadcasting until a little after 9. Wes Moran, thank you very much. That sounds like a lot of responsibility, but I accept it.
1012.
Seven.
Dude, you fall like fool.
I'm very close to calling.
Raise here from Garrett, who takes it down.
Do you want to buy this paddle?
Yeah.
Two dead.
Smells super desperate in here tonight.
That's right.
Something about this group, like everyone's just super desperate.
You can feel it in the air.
Yeah,
It's a catch up.
super foul smell.
Like, what is that?
That's really funny. That's such a great call.
Foul smell, but great ingredient for a poker
I'm
game.
sitting here for the last hour trying to turn it from desperate to
Eric, thank you very much for the
I gotta
donation.
get a lap, change my pants,
Appreciate that a lot.
had a drink.
Raise here from JD, the pocket eights, call from the accountant, and Andy wakes up with ace king.
Yeah.
Let's see what he does this time.
I just want to cool the fuck out of someone right now.
2,000.
This time he's going to 3-bet.
That's a stat.
Call from JD. The accountant lets it go.
It's only fair. He gave you all the money.
That's great.
I already doubled him up once. So you should do that.
Okay, let's do that.
Queen 9-6. Neither player in love with this flop.
One of those games,
Andy
Michael.
does check it over.
8 people are losing.
JD checks back.
Wow.
Same on the turn, and now they both make
8
straights
people
on
are
the
losing,
river.
And there's no home game break somehow.
Does bring in backdoor clubs, but that shouldn't be a huge factor here.
Isaac was feeling apparently. 4,000.
And I think JD is probably going to pay this off. Andy can certainly have every combination of ace-king here. But he could maybe even be value betting worse than a straight. Wow, nice fold. JD finds the fold somehow. I probably would have been tempted to pay that off. Maybe not. I guess Andy can have a king pretty easily. It's probably close. Either way, JD finds a nice fold.
8. Can I have those guys?
That was a desperate fold. That was.
Yeah, I'm not sure upon reflection that Andy does value bet worse than a straight. I'm getting a little bit loopy here, I think.
Well, you probably don't remember this really good up anyway. A long time ago at that other casino we used to play at first.
Good bet by Andy, good fold by JD.
His name's Tom. Older.
Raise
like,
from
Middle
Sammy,
Eastern guy.
couple of calls.
Play like usually like days or whatever. He was like in real estate investing. But every time I bet, he would look at me and go, "That's such a desperate bet," and shake his head and fold.
1,000.
And so like I nicknamed him Desperate Tom.
Oh, there's Savage. I didn't see it.
Savage with ace jack here.
I thought
You like my face, I bet you played over
Open ender for
50
JD.
times, at least if not more. Yeah.
Sam bet 1,000.
He'd usually get in there when the game got bigger. And, yeah.
Sammy puts in the C
Every
bet.
time.
I thought I was.
Desperate bet. You just fold every time anyway.
Sammy King's easy
That
fold.
was some real characters.
Fuck
over
yeah,
there.
dude.
Savage raises.
Yeah.
It's a min raise.
That was like.
And JD
basically
cold
the
calls
only
and
good
hits
thing
the
about playing
straight
Smaller. Is like
on
you
the
just
turn.
see
So
the-
much entertainment.
So much, yeah, entertainment, and then you just meet the weirdest people. Like it's so good. For
Savage
kids,
checks
really.
it back.
Yeah.
Most of them were like old school people.
Now,
Yeah.
Come on, call.
flush for JD,
17. 12.
but a better one for Savage, who's going to take down this $11,000 pot.
You always not still call.
Oh, I know.
Just have to check one more time if I have a bet or diamond. Sammy, you're probably good.
So much fucking
You have an ace queen? You put ace king to my ace? No way.
You fold ace queen?
No way.
King high.
King high and then bet.
Only put ace queen on ace one.
Thank you.
600.
600.
I'm desperate.
Ace king for Sammy. Raises it.
Can I see your chips real quick? Thanks.
Call from
You
Garrett.
didn't know that I was in the hand.
I didn't know. I thought
The suited ace.
that's good though. There's not more chips. I have outside the time.
JD calls as well.
Check.
No, it's a re-raise from JD. He's got about 13,000 behind,
6,300.
6,300.
and Sammy's going to raise and try to get stacks in here. Quick fold from JD as Sammy takes this one down.
He would do it, and he would like say the same thing every bet, every hand. Like, such a desperate bet, right? Didn't matter if he was in the hand with me or not. Like, I'd be all in on the river, like 1,000 big blinds. Such a desperate bet. It was great.
That's awesome.
It was fucking amazing, yeah.
One more? Or two? Oh, no, this is Sammy's. So, oh, sorry.
I'm standing.
Please straddle and you're one more.
Oh.
There you go. Was that 7? 6? 6.
Raise here from Andy, takes it down.
Sammy?
Don't forget, we've got an even bigger game coming up tomorrow.
Huh?
145.
Oh, 145.
$200 big blind or third blind, featuring Maria Ho, Andy, who you see there, and Bill Klein. So high stakes poker on back-to-back nights here on Live at the Bike.
My name's JD, and I'm desperate.
How can Sammy just lost a hand and then he got
Snow
a
Monkey,
big
thank you for the donation.
right after? How can
You
they
don't
be
know
positive?
desperate
Your,
I said you don't know desperate lady.
Yeah, that's true.
Nicole and Garrett were here sitting until like 4 in the morning there last other week.
Yeah,
That's
you're-
how
you're-
desperate.
That's just.
Three of us just sitting here
until
playing.
you miss a blind, I'll automatically do
Oh,
it.
okay, okay, yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, no worries.
I thought I was in the blind or something.
Your action though. No, your straddle.
I just need this.
Straddle.
I just need
I
to
hit
stop
my
rivers
touch, right?
happening today, and
It's
I
fine,
can
it's
go.
auto. You're all good. It's automatic, yeah.
No, I'm straight up. I'm not folding no matter what.
500.
Race here from Gall.
1500.
15.
3-bet from JD. It's a bit small. You want to size your 3-bets to 4x or more from out of position, for the most part.
No matter what.
A 500 I call, 15 I can. What did you put for it? What did you do?
Gall's going to continue. And the reason I say that is now you are, if you're JD, you are ahead, but it's still very awkward to play a pot with ace-10 offsuit, a 3-bet pot with ace-10 offsuit out of position. So you want to make your
I had a little
opponents
desperate meter in my head
pay for
going
that
back and
privilege.
forth, and it just took a tip down.
Either way, pretty good board for JD. He bets and takes it down.
That's
Little
right.
less
Little,
desperate,
my
yeah.
desperate meter, like you know the RSI on a stock, you know, it's like if it's oversold or undersold, desperate meter. Like,
I think I did my part by helping your meters adjust.
no, you did. You've done great. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Gallagher, your straddle.
You also taught me a good lesson, which I will not forget.
You're 1
What is that?
Shout outs to the
knows
chat
why.
here. Nick from Yuma, Alex Luna, Rutherford Hayes,
You're 50.
Kicking 222, Damon 35.
200?
Thank you for being with us.
RSI meter when it gets to from 0 to 100, and when the stock gets 70 or above, it's overbought.
Four-way
When it's
limped
30 or
pot
below,
here.
It's oversold. So a lot of times you just watch the stock rip and then stop at 70 and kind of go to the.
Right.
So we'll just have the desperate meter. Like at 0, you're just punting everything, right?
Right.
And it,
You feel that. So where you at now? Give us like
right,
an updated number.
right now I'm about a 36.
Okay.
Counting with the
You're-
best of it
you're
here.
like in the neutral
I'm
zone.
not in the
then.
danger
Yeah,
zone.
you're good.
I'm close. Like
Yeah,
one
yeah,
misstep,
yeah.
but I just
A medium-sized pot, you're like at 20. right?
yeah. I had to go and take a lap to move up. I was about
He'll
at
bet and take it
22.
down.
Yeah. 22 is not that bad. I mean, I've been at a straight 1 plenty of times.
Yeah, when my meter goes like that direction, I take a left to the bar.
Yeah.
Everyone's got their style.
Yep.
Andy and I will just add on chips. To deal faster.
Yeah.
Not to you, of course, Michael, but to a slower dealer.
Andy at one point asked last time, can we get another dealer so they can deal? And then the other dealer is just gonna
The shuffle?
one
Yeah, I was
shuffle,
here for
one
that. I
deal.
remember.
So glorious.
50?
Because we have it.
Shout out to our Live
Yeah,
the
no,
Bike
that's-
dealers, Michael and Isaac. Race here from Garrett.
Because the game was moving so quick, the shuffle machine couldn't keep up.
Rather than having
Takes
a
it down
move
for
ring,
fun.
you have a desperate
our
ring.
time.
Little color.
But that doesn't make the
Sorry,
game.
pal.
Okay, Dan?
You cut it like 30 seconds each
And
time
I'm
to
leaving.
make it get faster.
I don't think so.
Like
Just
now the
damage
time
and
is
bounce.
what
He was,
right?
yeah, but he was talking about like the shuffling, like after we finish.
Sorry,
the
guys,
game.
I have to leave, but I'm
the
playing
shuffle is
tomorrow
really
night.
fast, like-
And I never leave early, but I gotta go,
Hey, no
so.
worries.
We forgive you.
So, see you
No
tomorrow
worries,
night.
James.
I'll see you tomorrow.
I'll be at a rave tomorrow, but I'll catch you next time.
Same here.
James gonna hit and run here.
Because he's usually playing the
Just
higher
kidding,
stakes
of course.
game. I play in the Thursday
Are
game.
you playing tomorrow?
Well played session for him.
Where's the rave? That might be more fun.
San Bernardino area, the NOS Event Center.
Oh yeah. What concert?
It's called Beyond Wonderland.
I went to that. We went to that. Yeah, that's awesome.
That Kings versus Aces hand he played, making that very nice fold on the river. Surely going to be up on YouTube at some point.
Oh.
Wait, are you leaving?
Yeah, right here. I got more for you.
Thanks.
No, I think that's it.
They won't.
JD raises it.
Raise.
Gall calls. Andy with the 3-bet.
That's why we draw for suits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Move the chair. Yeah.
Top pair, top kicker for Andy. The nut flush draw for JD. Andy, who is the pre-flop 3-better,
All in.
bets. JD shoves. And Andy puts in the call. Or is about to put the call.
Call.
There we go.
Twice a week.
They're gonna go twice. Stop it.
Run this out twice. Nothing for JD on the first board. And he's going to take the second board. So chop it up. Andy wins the first one with top pair. JD wins the second board with the ace high flush.
My desperate meter is too low not to run it twice right now.
That would be more just like, because I would have run it once.
Shout out to the cleaning staff at the bike.
Desperate meter's got to be above 40 to go back to 1.
That's the time to go to the measure.
Right.
Remember to do us a favor, hit that like or thumbs up button. Click subscribe as well. My name's Charlie Wilmoth. I'll be with you
Oh wait, okay, never mind. That's the card. Yeah.
about another 40 minutes.
Didn't take it. I need a card. Thank you.
7 of clubs exposed.
Andy takes this one. Kisser Biz 9 says, any small games at the bike? Yes, absolutely.
Oh, no, not right now. I know. Oh, okay.
That was gonna be real loud on the screen.
I'm not sure exactly how small, but definitely a bunch of small games at the bike as well as much bigger ones.
You guys turn out.
It would have been amazing.
How quickly you guys.
Andrew says, Charlie, what live stakes do you play? I'll play anywhere from 5-5 up to whatever the biggest game running is. A lot of days I end up playing 5-10 or 5-10-20 or 10-20.
Go ahead. I feel like I won already.
Paul Sexton says, any big games at the bike? Yes, of course. I believe actually last week there was a brief period when there was a 5100 game, a 20-40-80 game, a 10-20 game, and 2 5-10 games, at least one of which was playing with a straddle, all at the same time. That's not typical, but that's the sort of thing that can happen on the right night. The bike, like most urban California casinos, is just a card room. So games that involve cards, poker,
Yeah, right.
blackjack, baccarat, that sort of thing. But no slots.
Cool. The good news, James, with you leaving, it's gonna move the cards at least over 1 or 2, so that'll be good.
Might make a difference.
Yeah, that'll be good.
Might make a difference.
We're gonna start rivering to other people. Yeah.
Oh, you're the straw.
No, she's
Oh,
got
now I see. Now I see. Sorry.
5. 15.
Sorry.
You're right, you're right. Okay.
Raise from Gall, 3-bet from Andy. Queen Jack offsuit, and Gall calls. Andy c-bets here. Pretty good run out so far for Gall. Andy checks it back. And Gall could try to bet here to get ace high to call, or he could use his 6s as a bluff catcher.
25.
He's going to go with a bet.
25? Yes. One more.
And I'm not really sure what Andy can do here. Raise would represent ace-5 suited, and that's pretty much it. He does let it go. As Gall takes down this $8,600 pot.
I always feel like you have juices.
No, that's a good hand.
One and one.
Clerk, I do not
You wanna buy it,
believe
Tony? Yes.
the urban
Never mind.
California casinos or urban LA County casinos have roulette.
$400. $550.
Accountant takes this one down with pocket tens.
I would have like raised there with that hand. Right, you just start doing stupid ass stuff.
At 35, you're fine.
35, I'm like, okay, I can fold that. I'm at safe.
If it's
safe
out of the
level.
line, yeah, no, one and one.
So you still tool. Because you can just visualize, where you at on the meter. Well, for me,
Rebalance.
well, it just makes you think, okay, where am I? I like it.
That's what I'm here for.
The G-Man tool.
I'm here to help you play poker, man.
Thanks,
You
man.
Let me know. Let me know, alright?
Like,
Ace
wait
king
a
suited
minute,
for
hold
Andy.
on, man. I didn't mean that.
How much?
600.
James did not go broke. He just had to leave. Couple of calls.
Hi, James.
Have a good one.
See you, James.
See you tomorrow.
Good board for Andy. Gets a couple of quick folds. If you're interested in playing on Live at the Bike, email wayne@liveatthebike.com. let him know about your poker background and what stakes you want to play.
5. Raise 15. Matt, do you know if there was a board or anything for this week?
Raise from JD, 3-bet from Sammy.
You put the heads up.
JD calls. Flops a gutter.
15.
Good board for Sammy overall, though. He bets again. Or he bets, rather.
15, yeah.
Guess pre-flop you raised. And that'll get it done.
They both call.
Six-way limped pot here. Savage has middle pair. Garrett picks up a flush draw. And he check raises Gall. And that'll get the job done. So Garrett turns a flush draw and seizes the opportunity to win that one. King 10 suited for the accountant who limps. We'll go 3 ways here. King Jack 7. Good flop for the accountant. Nobody else has a whole lot, and he'll take this one.
Nick, you too?
Sorry, Mike.
Michael Brown says, anyone know anything about this, the accountant guy? Does he work? Yes, I believe he's an accountant. My friend Live King Poker says,
Is he on the blind?
as we'll wait for that to see how this pot develops. Andy here with pocket jacks against Savage's ace king. Just a call from Savage. Queen 4 deuce.
Seven.
Andy bets small. Savage calls. Interesting turn card. 5 of diamonds gives Savage the nut flush draw, plus a gutter. She makes the ace high flush on the river. Not a card that's going to get Andy in a ton of trouble, though.
2,000.
She bets 2,000. And I think Andy has a lot of hands like jacks with a diamond, tens with a diamond. He can call with those kinds of hands. And perhaps let this one go. He is going to think this through, though. He does fold.
Take it.
Live King Poker says, you're 4+ hours into calling this game, and I'm not sure how many Garrett games you've done. What is the most interesting thing you've picked up from him today with regard to sizing or strategy? Pick anything. I don't know about today in particular, but I think one thing that's always struck me about watching Garrett and many of the other good players who play in these big games, Andy, Saya also comes to mind, is that they c-bet and barrel a lot more aggressively and a lot more thinly than most pros in smaller games do. And you know, since I am one of those pros in smaller games, I think what sort of strikes me about the difference between those smaller games and stakes like these is that people are more willing to fold. And so Garrett and Andy and people like Saya being somewhat feared characters in these games, they do get a lot of folds. They are able to bluff a lot. And they are able to put in a lot of thin value bets because they're just value betting so frequently, because they're just betting and bluffing so frequently in general. So I think their approach is post-flop at least, is quite different than what most pros in smaller games do, because they just don't have that sort of fear equity, and because they think that people are just going to be calling them a lot.
200.
Diplo, Dylan Francis, or
Oh, nice.
two of the bigger names. Yeah.
My friend runs a lot of those, so we get to go and
Yeah. They're so much fun. They're so addicting.
Yeah,
Speaking of addicting shit.
yeah, right.
6.
Live King Poker is a buddy of mine. He's got a vlog that's about to drop soon. I'm excited to see it.
This is my shadow.
Here's trouble.
So cool.
$100.
200, I think. Yeah, right. So.
The blind's still 100.
So a flush here from Savage. Just bets 100.
Technically, she can make it.
She can make it 100.
What do I know?
Commentator.
Do what you want. Yeah.
She did 2.
Weird.
It's 2. Go ahead.
Live King, thank you. She bets very small again here on the turn.
You can get knocked over. 5,000.
5,000.
And now 5,000 on the river.
I knew that was gonna happen.
200, no one's voting.
And that's going to get some quick folds. She'll take this one down, taking a very unconventional line with a very strong hand.
Yeah, I always try
Call.
to do like.
5,000 vocal.
That's so funny.
Ben on Twitch says, I hope to make it as a pro player, taking a year off work to try. I'm doing okay, so 5 months in, but I know swings will happen. Yeah, I guess my advice would be make sure you have enough money to play the games you want to play, such that you don't have to worry about the swings too much. Such that you can have a really bad day where you lose 4 or 5 buy-ins and it not only doesn't ruin you financially, but doesn't impact you psychologically too much.
You had a one pair hand. I was trying to think of which kind of a hand, like, you know.
For 204 5,000.
No, but yeah, or like, I mean, you can share in trips, but what do you do if you go 5,000 on trips? $600.
Yeah, 4 or 5 buy-ins in a day, that is a lot. But let's say 3 buy-ins in a day, 3 full buy-ins, so 600 big blinds. That's a pretty bad losing day, but one that's quite possible at 5-5 or 5-10. Trips here for Savage. Flush draw for Gall. Now Savage has a lock on this pot. Gall's going to keep firing. He bets very small though. Garrett looks a little bit confused, and understandably so, but he does let this go. Savage calls. She checks it over again on the river. Gall doesn't have much. Or anything, really. But he does give it up, and she's going to win this one with the boat. So some sneaky poker for Savage these last couple hands.
How much is it? 130.
Raise here from Garrett. And no action.
$500.
Man down.
Raise from JD, calls from the accountant, and Savage go 3 ways here. JD flops top pair and bets it. And the accountant with a pretty ambitious float here. Savage calls as well with a gutter. Now 2 pair for JD. Keeps firing, and this should end it. They both do fold. Yep.
Can you show the river?
So a 6K pot heading to JD.
What is it?
Andrew on YouTube, thanks so much for the kind words.
Meter above 40.
There's the straddle.
Gotta get it back above 50. That's the goal.
Call here from Savage.
This may do it. Let's see.
Raise from Gall. Call from JD. And a call from Savage as well. So JD's got everybody dominated. He's still best. Pretty good draw here on the flop.
Well,
Gall checks. JD bets, and Gall's going to continue. Straight for JD. Very strong-handed, very well hidden.
4,000.
Now a pair plus a straight draw for Gall. This is a big bet. And JD doesn't have a ton behind. Seems like a pretty important decision here.
Total. 10 seconds.
Gall trying to decide whether he wants to continue here. Little does he know he's going to have to hit an offsuit queen to even get his money back. He does fold. Nice fold.
Yeah.
Wow.
Right on the flop.
JD shows him he made the right decision. JD had a monster.
I need 1 time chip
You
from
should
you,
pay
go.
5,000.
Nice one.
Looks like you're having some trouble with your mouse for a second. Looks like you were trying to put it on the top of your head, and then you're like, wait, this doesn't
Robert
go.
Rogers, thanks for the kind words.
Alright, 100, 100.
Charlie Wilmoth here with you for about another 10 to 12 minutes here tonight. If you want to find me on Twitter, I'm at Third Walking, THIRD Walking. You can find a link to my poker podcast, Third Man Walking, from there. Be sure to tune in tomorrow, where we're going to have an even bigger game, again featuring Andy, plus Maria Ho and Bill Klein. As we see Gall raising, Garrett putting in a huge 3-bet, and Gall calling. Garrett does not have much, just 9-7 off, putting in 3,500 pre-flop. Gall flops a flush draw here. Garrett with a gut shot, and it goes check, check. Wow, and Garrett makes the nuts here on the turn. He has a hand he is absolutely not supposed to have, and he checks it over to Gall again. Now Gall with a pair and a flush draw puts in a bet. 3,500. And we're going to see a huge raise from Garrett, I'd imagine. There it is, 17,000. Now Garrett with 9-7 off, 3 bets, makes the nuts on the turn and puts Gall in a disgusting spot. Gall's draw here is quite strong, but it's not even a draw to the nuts. He does call. And he makes his flush on the river. Wow. What a run out. So 41,000 already in this pot. Gall has a little bit more than pot behind. Garrett checks it over. Garrett still with a straight, of course. This is one of the worst cards in the deck for his hand. All deciding what to bet here. It's 25,000. About 60% pot. But a huge bet for this game. Garrett thinking about whether Gall would check back a flush draw on the flop. What he called the turn raise with.
Why count those chips? What are you worried about? You're not betting even close to that much.
I wanted to see how much I had.
For what reason? You betting 25. Oh, yeah. It's been pretty fun losing every big pot to you recently. Just big, every time I lose it. Huh. I feel like I'm gonna lose another one here soon.
10 seconds.
Garrett seems to want to be talking. He seems to want to talk himself to a fold here. But his hand is so strong. He even has the 7 of diamonds here.
What do I owe you? 3 of these now?
This is 3.
Fucking hand. That's fucking hand so dumb. I feel like mine's fucking as good as mine or better than mine, you know what I mean? Can you guess what I have now?
Have an idea?
Yeah. Fuck. I'm just losing, huh? It's so frustrating to lose every hand here. I don't know. I guess if you've got it, you just fucking deserve it or something. Sorry, guys. Fucking. At least this one's like smaller. Usually every other one I fucking lost to is fucking 200K plus pot.
10 seconds.
Gall's demeanor has seemed very strong to me. Garrett finally does pay it off. Hard to blame him. And Gall is going to win a $91,000 pot. A 3-bet pot with Queen 8 suited against 9-7 off. Where Garrett made the nuts on the turn and Gall made a flush on the river. Impressive that Garrett even thought about that for that long. Really sick hand.
That was when you were counting your chips.
Wow, we're going to play another couple hands here, but
500.
man, that puts quite a cap on the evening. So a call here from Savage. The accountant puts in a small raise. Sammy 3-bets. And the accountant calls. Doesn't have much back. Check, check on the flop. And Sammy pays off a small value bet there on the river. And the accountant takes this one down.
More hands roll up on screen.
What is that?
King one, this and another. So I need to do this straight up. I need 50 from you now. $500 total. There's 3 more, 3 players.
Top pair for JD. Who's going to win this one?
Just go for confirmation. This is going to be the last one.
So last hand coming up. Thanks everybody for hanging out all night with me. Some shout outs here, Alex Luna. Kenneth Toussaint. I Never Fold. Snow Monkey, Sandy Joy.
No, that's not correct.
Chat Police Felon, Prime Abe.
Supposed to be so.
Carb King,
Yeah.
Stamp Collector 2.
wanna fix this?
Nick from Yuma.
All right.
Thanks everybody for watching.
She's the 100.
JJ also jumps in the chat just to remind us. All be sure to hit like and subscribe.
The last hand? Yeah, okay.
And also tune back in tomorrow for another big game featuring Andy, Bill Klein, Maria Ho. We also have a couple of recent high stakes games available to stream in their entirety for free on our YouTube channel. So be sure to check those out. Both Gall and JD turn top pair here. JD's his best.
500.
Puts in a small raise.
Not quite yet. 10 seconds.
Gall folds. Wes, Todd,
Alright, so
thanks for the kind words.
you missed your 50 there.
So I'm Charlie Wilmoth. You can find me on Twitter at Third Walking. Check out my podcast, Third Man Walking. We'll be back tomorrow night. Again, really big game tomorrow night. I assume JJ will be commentating. You get our chip counts
Now we're down this way.
for the evening.
Who's staying? Who's leaving?
We're gonna have to leave in just a couple minutes. I gotta, Katie's in the, gonna get dinner.
Gall
I'll play a couple
and the accountant both playing over 40% of hands tonight.
Well, I'm not gonna stick around here for you guys to chop up 6K.
Hey, think opposition.
I mean, I should flip the blow.
Gall, the big winner tonight after that huge pot against Garrett to end the evening. Andy, also very nice night, as well as James. Garrett finishes the show down 48K, JD down 41K. Night, everybody.